who just let me know that I forgot to start YouTube. Thank you. I absolutely did forget to start YouTube, and I appreciate y'all immensely. I'm doing a thing now where I try to start after the timer because then I don't have to go trim that like huge block at the beginning, but then I forget to start it, and yeah, just did that. And as soon as I started it, saw a jump of 150 viewers, so a lot of y'all were waiting there. Huge shout out to the people in chat who told me to start YouTube. Thank you guys. Anyways, let's talk all about what got us here. And I think that the philosophy of what you're doing at Snaplet as well as with Redwood are super aligned. And I want to try and dig into how we got there to go all the way back to like when you started, like how did you get into web dev? What were your first projects like? And how did those start to influence the direction of what eventually became both Snaplet and Redwood?
So I'm pretty old. So when I got started with development, the internet was a very different place. And I actually had a misguided youth in that I was trying to impress my friends by building websites. And back in the early 2000s, the internet just wasn't interesting. So they didn't care. They didn't care about the things that I was building. But the praise that, or the lack thereof, or the lack of their praise didn't really matter anymore because I was hooked on the endorphin rush of figuring things out. So I kept trying to build more elaborate things. And essentially, back in those days, you could literally right-click on a page, view the source, see how other people were putting them together, because the HTML was just the thing that you were viewing in your browser. And you could just learn that way. You could just sit there and look at what people were doing and figure out how to do it yourself. Eventually, someone actually asked me if I could code whilst I was in high school. And I lied. I told them that I could. I said, yeah, I can totally do this. And I had absolutely no formal training. I had no experience. I just had this trust in myself that I could figure it out. So they actually offered me a part-time job whilst I was completing high school. And since then, I've used this kind of energy of, I don't know how, but I'll keep trying to figure it out mentality to try and achieve things. And I think programming is an exercise in frustration. It's these like incredible lows of struggling forever and then eventually figuring it out. And then you like have this eureka moment. You kind of say to yourself, I can't believe I never did that. I can't believe I didn't know how to figure that out. There's no growth without pain. So yeah, the early tech stack that I was in was PHP and just kind of like HTML. Like Ajax wasn't even a thing when I was around. When it came out, it kind of spurred on this Web 2.0 revolution. And then we got like jQuery and Mood tools and all kinds of awesome stuff. And now we've had kind of like this Web 3 revolution that I did not understand and still don't. So I'm just going to ignore that one for now.
Yep, same. It's best ignored for the time being. If they figure out cool things, we'll jump on then. Until then, though, I am curious about like the start of Web 2 stuff, in particular, the PHP mention. Are you on the side that misses PHP or is like eternally happy we moved away?
It's tough. So there's like a love-hate relationship. And I've never really got sucked into the kind of fashion of development because there are these cycles where people are like, this is amazing, this sucks, this is amazing, this sucks. And it just keeps repeating itself. I never really felt that PHP sucked. I just felt that you could hold it wrong. And if you were holding it wrong, it was going to suck for you. And we moved on from that kind of like way of, I moved on from that way of building things, which was like server-side rendering, push it out to the client. And then we got into SPAs. And I do feel the pain of building websites in the current way that we're doing them. And I do kind of wish we could go backwards a little bit, especially with some of the newer server hosts on the edge. I think there's a possibility that we could get back there.
That makes a ton of sense. I've definitely seen more and more interest in like, how do we bring the closeness from like PHP where your template is your backend? How do we get closer to that in the like new modern React world where you're writing code that it was built explicitly to run on the client on the front end? how do we have the magic of PHP where you just write some C code inside of your template and it does the thing you would expect it to?
Yeah, there's a lot of comfort in doing that. It just feels, it's like so easy to reason about request and response cycles, and it just simplifies things. I kind of feel bad for people starting out nowadays learning how to build websites. There's just so much to learn, and it's so complicated and convoluted. Yeah, I mean, there are frameworks now that are kind of doing that, right? Like if you look at Remix, they're kind of in that same space.
Yep. And there's also solutions like TRPC that are trying to bridge the gap conceptually as hard as they can. Like I know Alex is a huge fan of PHP and is largely trying to recreate his experience there with TRPC of you just write the TypeScript function, then you call it in your React code and it gives you the thing that you returned.
Totally. Snaplet uses TRPC. It's amazing. It's really a nice way of building server side and client side software.
But doesn't Snaplet use Redwood?
It does. But, you pick a framework, and after a while, you want to mold it to your own needs. And Redwood gives you the ability to do that. Maybe a little bit more so for me because I kind of helped build all of Redwood, so I kind of understand it intimately. So I knew where to plug things in. Yeah. So I think we don't have official support for TRPC, but it is something that we are considering. But I don't want to muddy the waters, because like we have GraphQL and there's a lot of helpers and things that Redwood brings along when you're in the GraphQL ecosystem. And if you plug out of that, you're kind of off the happy path, and you might not get all the benefits that we've been trying to build into it.
That makes a ton of sense, but it's also an interesting catch-22 you're in. Before we go too deep, we should probably give an overview of Redwood and what it is. How would you 2-sentence Redwood and then follow up as you please?
Redwood is a full stack framework with React, a Jest, a GraphQL API, and everything is nicely integrated together. So you don't have to spend any time gluing code. Just build your product.
Good stuff. I obviously am a big fan of simplifying things, but I'm also eternally scared of buying into a single platform that's like a monolithic, all built by one employee at Google in the form of Angular or something. How does Redwood differ from other all-in-one solutions like that?
So I think it starts off like architecturally, we give you a monorepo, and we've split the two parts of your website. The front end we call the web side, and the back end we call the API side. So architecturally, they're already split. You can take either one of those parts, plug them out, use something else, or just keep them the way that it is. We have this kind of like buy-in methodology where we have these setup commands. So you can type Redwood setup Tailwind, and we'll go and configure Tailwind. Or you can type like Redwood setup auth0, and we'll add auth0 authentication to your site. But you can plug it out at any point and mix and match as you please. So we're trying to give you an architecturally solid foundation so that you can move fast. And if you need to change your mind or change the decisions that you've made, you can reverse those decisions without having to play around with too much of the glue code.
I am curious because all the packages you just mentioned aren't in the list on the homepage of like what Redwood is composed of, but what is included are things like Storybook, Jest, GraphQL, of course. Are those things like tiered differently? Like, are those dependencies that are always included in what you're describing here are like mix-ins that you can add on top? Is there like a tiering separation there? And how do you make the decision for what's always included versus what has a package to configure it for you?
Yeah, and I think that's actually a really good question that you've asked, because there's like this tension between like, what do we add and what do we not add? And what do we like leave as a configuration option? And a lot of the things that you mentioned, like Jest and Storybook, those are sort of like design time, not really design time, but kind of like code time tools, and we just added those to the CLI. So they're always there. When you type yarn install, they get installed along, but you don't have to use them. I personally would like to see a world where you could pick to have those installed or not, or where we're shipping a binary so the installation is really, really quick. Because something like Storybook is a massive, massive installation. And like every single time you're running CI or every single time you're cleaning out your node modules, you have to reinstall that stuff. So I guess the distinction would be is if it's a code time tool, it's probably already installed. Could be wrong. I could be wrong. There's so much stuff that gets added to Redwood that I just don't keep track of anymore. So I could be wrong. But then when it comes to like runtime, you can mix and match.
Interesting. So would you consider GraphQL to be one of those code time things then? Or like where does that fix? I feel like, especially with you having swapped it out for your own use, I feel like it's interesting to have that in there. Like what's the overlap between GraphQL and Storybook where both are included?
Yeah, so there is overlap in that we tied it together with mock service worker. So you can create a GraphQL resolver, and you can create a mock service worker response that you can run in Storybook or run in jest tests. So there's like this integration there where we've taken those three pieces of technology and tried to make them easier for you to use in your development workflow. So an example of that is like you boot up Storybook, you want to create a component, the component reaches out to some network. It has a call over the network. You obviously don't want to have that running in your like component playground in Storybook. So we have this mock service worker way of defining what the response should be, and then being able to view that in Storybook. So you can like see like an error response, a success response, and you can mock those all out in Storybook, and it just feels natural. Like we've bridged the gaps there for you, and we spend a lot of time doing that kind of stuff. Because there's always these decisions.
In Twitch chat should be good now. Finally, did I get it? Nope, I didn't. So for whatever reason, I can't make a command that's !Peter that links your Twitter info, but I can do ! App Factory. So people in chat, if you want more info about our wonderful guest here, ! App Factory in chat will get you his info on Twitch, on YouTube. I'm sorry, just go to Twitter.
Yeah, actually, and my handle App Factory is because I used to be a iOS developer, and I never ever built millions of apps. I was never an app factory, but I just picked that username. So got nothing to do with apps anymore.
Good stuff. I do love the name. And I will say, like, actually, that's a good question. In terms of web, do you draw the same like site versus web app distinction that we're seeing more and more people discussing? Like, I know for example, fall pretty heavily in like apps and websites are different and often need different tools. Like I'm a big fan of Next.js for very dynamic web experiences where like you need the React, you need the routing, you need all the JavaScript that's included. For something like the call we're in right now on Ping, not having a fully fledged front-end framework would suck pretty hard. Whereas something like a blog, I find much more suited for Astro. First, do you think that Redwood has positioned itself specifically in either of these camps? And more importantly, like which ones and how do these things influence design decisions with Redwood?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with you there. There's like a fundamentally different set of tools and ways of thinking when you're building an actual app, and versus when you're trying to build something that's content that needs to be like, doesn't need to be dynamic, doesn't need to have all this JavaScript coming along with it. And at Snaplet, we actually use Webflow for the marketing site, and we use Redwood for the actual app. So Redwood positions itself as a tool for a framework for startups, so people who want to build startups, and therefore it's most suitable for people who want to build apps, who want to build websites that have some kind of like login functionality that are trying to be useful, like a software as a service kind of thing.
I dig that. I think that it's awesome that you guys are straightforward with like who you're for. I find that a lot of frameworks get too excited to pitch themselves as the solution for everyone, for everything. I don't want to subtweet Remix too hard, but the constant push that our framework scales up to any size of need or problem. And then we see these horrifying benchmarks of what happens when you try to do static site gen with it, or things like the HMR experience. It's not that Remix is a bad framework, it's that Remix solves very specific problems really well. And if you pretend it solves every problem, you just end up pissing off a lot of people unnecessarily. And something I've always liked about Redwood, and it's the reason, honestly, I haven't talked about it too much, is it's so clear who it's for and what problems it's solving that I haven't needed it, but I haven't had a problem either, because I don't have like the Gatsby guys in my reply saying, hey, but what about our framework? Why aren't you using us for this problem that's unrelated?
Yeah, totally. And I think, we were scratching our own itch when we built it. It came out of a startup called Chatterbug, and we always had to have a ton of discovery when we wanted to add some new functionality. And we were like, okay, let's use Graphql or let's use Storybook or whatever. And then there was all this integration code that we had to write. And everything took really long. So we're like, how are other people doing this? Why isn't there a single tool or framework that I could just pick off the shelf and just not have to think this through? Like, let someone else make all these decisions for me. And I just want to build the software. I just want to ship a product and have decent architecture so that I can get started now and then later on hire some people and get them to work on it as well. And they won't feel like we have to start from scratch. And we started seeing even in the early adopters, it was mainly startups, like people who were trying to build businesses that were picking up RedwoodJS.
Very interesting. One of the questions I planned ahead that I try to ask this one. Is Redwood for me? Like, I am focused on building product, but I also have a lot of opinions, and about half of the things built into Redwood are things that I not only don't use, but don't like. I'm curious, like, is Redwood trying to win over a Theo right now? Or are you focused on developers who are more focused on, like, building their product and don't have that technical knowledge? Maybe they came from Facebook and they were building things the Facebook way for 5 years, and now they need to start a startup. Which are you more focused on, and how focused are you on the Theos of the world?
I actually think that I myself am a Theo, in that I feel deeply technical. I really care about the developer experience. And I probably don't think you should pick Redwood. I think it will frustrate you. There's you have enough skill in order to make the correct decisions and build the experience that you want for you and your team. But if you were starting out from scratch and you needed something real quick, then I think Redwood is a solid choice. You just run one command, you have everything set up, and you can get going. Minus TRPC.
That makes a ton of sense. I now have to ask, when you see things like Blitz and Create T3 app that are almost like two opposite directions of the same problem of how do you start, in the words of AJ in chat, a full stack, Jamstack, modern like web dev project. I think that when we see something like Redwood, it's a really interesting compromise where it's like a preset with opinions that is composed of external technologies in a way that I think makes a lot of sense, where something like Blitz is trying really hard to build the glue between the technologies and provide that as like most of their ecosystem. It's like Blitz is the things connecting everything, and a lot of the like tooling within it. Like, they don't use something like TRPC or GraphQL. They built their own solution there. They don't use an external auth provider. They built their own solution there. And then there's the far other side of Create T3 app, where we just put our hands up, said this is a minimal template that just shows you how to connect these parts. We're mostly here to suggest which parts you might want to use with a CLI where you pick the ones that you specifically want. I'm curious, is this like a spectrum that you see as well? And do you think I've clocked Redwood correctly and where it fits?
Yeah, I think, the Blitz one is interesting. I'll come back to both. The Blitz one is interesting because if you kind of want to pick technology that other people trust, that the ecosystem is contributing to and carrying on its shoulders. And if you don't use something like TRPC, but you use something like TRPC adjacent, you're kind of like, you really have to be quite certain that that is going to be something that you're going to be able to maintain for a couple of years. And I also have, I don't think anymore, but when I picked TRPC in the beginning, I was a little bit nervous because it was maintained by Alex, and he's incredibly passionate about it. But what if he isn't? I'm not a TypeScript guru, and I don't think I'd be able to fix a whole lot of the deeper issues there. So I'm really glad to see that the community has picked it up and they're running with it. But you kind of have to try and pick a winning horse when you're building a web app, right? And on the other spectrum,
keep going first. I want to go back to the picking a winning horse bit though.
Okay, I think you're going to pick some of the technology choices that we have in Redwood.
No, I'm actually not. I'm going to do. I think screw it. Let's just go into this now. Then I like to think a lot less about picking the horse that you can ride to the end, rather the horse that jumping off of will hurt the least. And this is one of the things I like about TRPC is like there is an offboarding point that we're going to hit with TRPC. It does not handle a certain number of like queries and mutations in your backend. Once you hit like on V9, like 200 or so, the TypeScript compiler just dies. With V10, it gets closer to like 2000, and that's huge and buys us a lot more time. But there is a future where TRPC isn't the right solution for a certain size of company and a certain size of code base. The reason I picked TRPC isn't because I am excited for it to die on us. It's because the syntax and the things we're writing in TRPC are simple and consistent enough that if we were to use something like GraphQL or like a more traditional REST code base, that most of what like 95% of the code we wrote for TRPC is code we would have to write for those other solutions anyways. You just have to write more on top for the connection layer. So moving off TRPC is relatively cheap compared to other solutions. Like I cannot imagine what moving off of a GraphQL backend would look like, but moving off of TRPC is just copy pasting your functions into another place to call them. You even code mod it.
Yeah. So like we actually moved Snaplet from a GraphQL backend to TRPC, and I can architecturally how we ask people to build a Redwood API side is that you have something we call services, which are kind of an abstraction between the resolver in GraphQL and your database or whatever it's trying to do, like the business logic that it's trying to do. So we've given you architecture that supports that. We're like, don't write all your stuff into this function, this TRPC function, or this GraphQL resolver. Put them somewhere else, like abstract them one layer down and just kind of link them together. I do agree with you though. It's like maintainability of code over long term matters, and that's why we often like take a library, abstract it slightly, so that if you deprecate that thing or someone else doesn't use it anymore, that your entire code base isn't riddled with calls to functions that no longer exist or are maintenance nightmare. Yeah, totally.
Absolutely agree. And I think that's kind of like, are you familiar with Create T3 app? AJ mentioned that you might not be familiar with it.
I'm not at all. I think I went and had a look at it today, but I have COVID brain, so I can't recall exactly the parts that you've picked there.
I can go over it super quick. I'm just trying to get my laptop ready to screen share. I think I have this set up correct. Let me click the button and see. I do for once. Yay. Hide the overlay.
Can you full screen this?
Yes. If you hover over the preview in Ping, there's a little full screen on the bottom left, like a plus button, basically. Or like a
cool.
expand. Rad. So I was going to show T3 OSS, create T3 app. So what we built here, and when I say we, I mean my community, not me really at all. I helped with the README a bit. That's about it. People had been asking me for a while to build a template of all of the like tech that I usually use and the things I like to play with. And my response was always, no, I don't want a template, because then y'all are going to install 15 things you don't need in every project. Maybe in the future, I could see a CLI that suggests the right things, but I explicitly do not want to build a template that installs a bunch of things you don't need. So the community took that as a challenge and created Create T3 app, which is a CLI that's focused more on what you pick when you start, where it asks, do you want a TypeScript or JavaScript? If you pick JavaScript, it makes fun of you. It selects TypeScript anyways. But from that point, you actually can make decisions. And you have the choice, like, do you want Tailwind or not? Do you want Prisma or not? Do you want NextAuth or not? Do you want TRPC or not? And based on which selections you pick, it pulls different template files to not just like add these things in, but handle a lot of the annoying like glue between the parts. So like having NextAuth hydrate your session inside of protected routes for TRPC. So you have a context that has your session on it with the type safety handled. Things like getting a user ID into your session in the first place with NextAuth. NextAuth doesn't do by default, which is a huge annoyance I have with it. Things like the relationship between the Prisma and TRPC binding. So you have a Prisma client that gets passed through as context. So you always have reference for it in TRPC routes. Like all these little best practices that I have picked up and the whole community, people like Alex have contributed. We now have a repo with over 50 contributors, I believe now. Yeah, 56 contributors, which is insane for a project that's only like 2 months old or so. And over 4,500 stars. I don't know if you can see that there, but yeah, 4.3K stars, which is intense for how new this project is. It seems like the demand for a way to put all these pieces together without buying into a framework was really strong. And AJ's actually said that Create T3 App's the first true competitor to Redwood, which I thought was high praise.
Yeah. AJ is the bard of Redwood, isn't it? AJC web dev?
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, I would, that's huge props from him.
Yeah. I am curious what your thoughts are on an approach like this that's more modular versus like a solution that has half the parts built in, half the parts like add on.
It sounds like the best of both worlds, you know? It's like I can kind of pick what I want to have because I have opinions, and it's going to glue it all together for me. Yeah, sounds like a super solid solution. I will definitely try it out.
In a lot of ways, I would say like we are the TRPC minimal solution. You're the like GraphQL maximal solution, which makes sense because GraphQL is a more maximal, opinionated. Here's how you build the relationships between your clients and your servers now. Whereas TRPC is just kind of a shrug and says call your functions. And I think that's kind of what we're building with Create T3 App. It's a shrug and says build your apps. Here is the best way to build your app as a startup. We're shrug, like you can figure it out. Here's a bunch of tools we like.
Totally. Very cool.
Good stuff. I do want to get into testing, though, in particular, because I know it's something you guys care a lot about at Snaplet, as well as have opinions on within Redwood. And I've very explicitly refused all the issues that say, add this type of testing or add this testing framework to Create T3 App, because there are so many opinions and, in my opinion, so little value in most of the like prescribed testing solutions. And like the best tests are very specific to the use case. So I'm curious what the testing philosophy is around both Redwood and Snaplet and how you think about that as you architect things.
Yeah, so I think we have two approaches. We kind of use a tool called Wallaby that introduces kind of like REPL-driven development. It's a runtime that runs directly in VS Code, and you can define a test in Jest, and you can kind of see the output in real time as you're busy writing the code. And then you can like, say for instance, you call a function, you can go into that function and see how it's been called, whether there's an exception there. You can see, introspect any of the variables at any point in time. And this kind of like REPL-driven development is super helpful when you're building a product like Snaplet, because we're dealing with a lot of data. We have to make sure that we don't fetch data that we shouldn't be fetching. We transform data. There's a lot of internal Node.js stuff that we're doing that doesn't really fit in the request response cycle. And their unit tests are super helpful. We found them really, really helpful. Other than that, I use Playwright to test the web app. And that's basically it. And only the golden path, which is like onboarding. I want to make sure that at any given point, I never break onboarding, because it's usually quite hard to retest onboarding. Yeah. So that's my testing philosophy. We're not too prescriptive. we do have quite a healthy test suite. Yeah, I think balanced. No one is overzealous when it comes to testing. But if you're writing something complicated, someone will be like, hey, there's no test here. I'm not 100% confident that I fully appreciate that this is working the way that you're saying it's working. So it does help.
I think
But
that
are you not using tests at all?
not at the moment, no. My philosophy with tests is add tests for things that have broken that you don't want to have break again. And generally, the reason things are breaking is because the code is fragile or scary. And most of the time, like when I look at code, I'm like, this is scary. I should unit test this. I think a little further and I realize, oh, I can make this less scary. I should probably do that instead. And generally have leaned towards the simplification processes rather than the thorough testing processes. On top of that, there's a lot of things that are basically impossible for us to test. Like the things that bug out the most are weird AV device behaviors in Windows. We have to do those tests manually. And it's also...
Those still exist?
Oh, God, you have no idea. The amount of shit. Like the biggest enemies of ping right now are Windows updates and like Chrome hardware acceleration bugs in containers, specifically in OBS's like containerized Chromium. But like those are the things that we fight with. It's very rarely the code we write. Even when it is, like we had a nasty file that was like a 700 plus line of code, comment at the top, here be dragons, I'm sorry for what I've done. That was all of the WebRTC logic. I could have wrote tests for that, but instead I rewrote the file into a much more logical, like vanilla TypeScript, like process that existed outside of React with bindings to React through Zustand to like update that way. And it's worked way better. We reason around it much easier. Any test we wrote, even like a proper end-to-end test, would not have confirmed behaviors correctly because I fixed a lot of loading patterns and stuff when I made those changes. So tests would have made us hesitate to do a heavy rewrite like that because all of the tests would have broke too. They often serve as additional baggage to things that you're already like. By the time I'm writing a test, it's something I'm concerned enough about that I probably should be rewriting it. And once I add a couple tests, I've now cemented that thing I was scared of rewriting. I've added inertia. I haven't moved it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, like that makes a lot of sense. And I think I saw on your stream that you read the story about a Facebook engineer that joined this new team and they created their first PR and that like made a test fail and they just deleted the test. And they're like, done.
I love it.
That energy is something that I can super appreciate. It's like, I know what I'm doing. I trust it. And this test was just getting in the way of shipping. Absolutely.
Yeah. One of the ways I put it now, I actually have a video that just went up, like Theo's, like why I don't unit test. I do like end-to-end and integration tests if you have a minimal enough way to build them and they bring you meaningful data. Like at Twitch, we had a test where we basically just open up two Twitch clients on different accounts on the same channel. One would send a message and the other would read the message, just make sure it came through. That test would catch almost every issue on Twitch before like any of the other alerts went off, which was a fantastic signal for, oh, something's really broken if chat messages aren't going through our wires. My philosophy I like to pitch is build safety nets, not guardrails. Build around quick fixes and like patch times. I remember I saw some tweet or HN post not too long ago that was like, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I wholly disagree, especially for startups. There is an expectation things are going to go wrong, and there is a reality that things are going to go wrong. Being able to handle those things quickly often can build more loyalty. And I can honestly say with some of our customers, the bugs they've had and the way in which we responded to those are better than if they didn't have the bug in the first place, because it built so much more trust and confidence in us as the team serving them as users. They now know when something goes wrong, because it will go wrong, that we're there to fix it in under 7 minutes on average right now. And that matters way more to me than my engineer spending twice as much work writing 3 times as much code to ship half as many bugs.
Yeah. And I think, like you said, like if you're worried about regressions at that point, you can write the test to like just keep you in the loop of you've added a regression and then this thing has failed, or this particular thing is failing. Totally agree. Yeah.
So with
we
that
gotta be
said,
reasonable.
how do we end up with Jest and Storybook?
Yeah, I mean, how many years old is Redwood now? I think it's like getting close to 3 years old. And what else is there? What other testing framework would you use if you weren't using Jest?
I wouldn't include one, and if I did, I would probably include Vitest, or at the very least, like have a migration guide to use it, because Jest is pre-Node, if I recall. Like, it is old, and it is rough to work with.
So Vitest I don't think was around when we started with Redwood.
I'm sure it wasn't. It's still like a few months old, but this is the other reason why I'm scared of making bets like that, is if something new happens, it would be really nice to not have the framework bought in a way where I can't adjust trivially myself. And I know that you've had success with that, with moving from GraphQL to TRPC, but you're also the creator of Redwood. I am curious, like, do you expect users to, when they start with Redwood, start gutting parts and replacing them themselves? Like, would you be surprised if someone was to move from Jest to Vitest, and would they have a rough experience moving to Redwood 2 in the future because of it?
I think, it depends. Like, it depends on what their expectations are. When you jump off the golden path, then there's going to be some pain. Like, if you're using Jest, we're giving you these integrations into GraphQL so you can mock the services out, and that's automatic. There's documentation on how to do that. It just works, hopefully. And if you're using a different tool, which you're totally capable of doing, you cannot have that same expectation that is going to be maintained over time, or that would even work. So we're not preventing you from doing any of those things. It's just that if you follow the path that we've laid out, your usage of the framework is going to be easier. Like Storybook, I never use it. It's just, it might as well not be there. So,
Hey, I could file a PR first thing after the stream if you want. We could make it not be there.
Yeah, I think there would be people who would be really upset about that. But yeah.
Add it as one of the mixins. You have a system for that. They can install it if they need it.
Yeah, I actually don't know why Storybook is one of the tools that is bundled in directly, because it's huge. It's really, really difficult to maintain as part of the framework, and maybe that's gotten easier now with the latest releases. But architecturally, it was kind of difficult to get it to use your Webpack configuration in the same way that you would configure Webpack to work. And yeah,
interesting. Yeah, I would hope that
the thing is, like, your opinion is that you don't write tests, and a lot of people share that. But a lot of people do write tests. So if you don't include a test runner for them, like, you just delete the PRs, and that's fine. That's like your framework. You control it, and you can pick how it's going to turn out. And a lot of people don't agree with you, and they're like, yeah, I don't want tests, so I'm not going to use them.
But they still can do tests. My issue isn't necessarily that I'm anti-test so much as every person's needs for tests can vary so widely that prescribing a solution is going to result in people using the wrong solution. And that's the specific thing I wanted to avoid with Create T3 app, is I don't want to recommend the wrong thing to a user. It's you use this or you don't use this for each part, and you can go roll your own for the other things. I honestly think that the pieces we included in Create T3 app, like, if you have a database, 90% of the time Prisma is the best way to use it in a TypeScript app. If you have a backend and a front end and they're communicating and both are in TypeScript, TRPC is the best way for them to communicate 90% of the time. Like, we picked these things that have very large percentage coverage. There isn't any testing solutions that have that level of like 90% coverage for like 90% of people doing tests would use this thing.
I don't know. I can see how you've picked these made these choices, and you have a strong opinion about them being the most valid options that you've chosen, but they might not be. So yeah, it's kind of like you have to make a decision at some point, and if you're not doing that, then you have to offload that decision to someone else. So what we're trying to do with the framework that we built, Redwood, is that we're trying to help you along that path, so you don't have to think about it. And I think we're fairly confident, just like you are confident in the choices that you've made, to say that Jest is going to remain around for long enough. And if it doesn't, we'll put in the effort to make sure that it's not too painful to switch from Jest to whatever else, like the Node test runner or whatever the thing is that's going to be more popular in a couple of years. Like it's so fashionable, it's hard to pick something that's going to be around forever. So
it's
I
not
think it's
really
okay to
about
be-
the around forever part, though. It's like the when I have a problem that I want to solve with testing, what do I reach for? And I wouldn't necessarily say this is like Jest versus Vitest so much as Jest versus Cypress and Playwright, where the type of testing on a higher level that I need, it might be UI testing that Storybook's best for. It might be like application level integration with something like React Test Framework plus Jest would be best for. It might be something like end-to-end testing where I would want to reach for Playwright. When you build in these solutions, you're either assuming everyone's going to have every one of those problems, so you include something for each, or you pick one of them, and then you end up with a person who, or like a user writing Jest tests for something that should be end-to-end. I'm curious, like, do you just include something for each of these use cases, or?
So I think we really think of Jest as like a unit testing framework and not really testing views or anything like that. And, we're not prescriptive in the usage of Jest. I think it can be approached in many different ways, like you're saying. And we don't tell people how to use it. Because there are so many different opinions.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm thinking more in terms of like when I install Redwood, I'm going to use about half to a third of what is included in like my package JSON. Like there's a lot of things in there that I will not use. And generally, like I really like the way you guys approach Tailwind, even though funny enough, Tailwind's something I will always use in every project I do until something better eventually comes out. I wouldn't want that as like a thing that you select. I'd want that just bundled, but I recognize others don't. So having that as an option makes sense. I really think that Tailwind and Jest should get that same base level of treatment, where both are a thing, or are a solution to a problem that can be solved many other ways. Like there is no better atomic CSS solution than Tailwind, but there are other ways to write styles. There's no better unit test solution than Jest, but there's other ways to do tests. So like, how do you draw that line? How do you make the decision for what's like, especially in like the packages I'm discussing that I would not have included, like how did those get in? And I know you're not the one who pushed for something like Storybook, but whoever did, I'd love to talk with them as well.
Yeah, I think, that's an incredibly valid point. And it's kind of weird. We're like, some things are included, some things are not. Why did we make the decision in one way or another? And I don't have a good answer for that. Like, I think it just came down to the, maybe we added just before we had the setup commands. And I should actually, Tom is the source of truth here. We should ask him to weigh in. Tom, are you watching?
I don't think I've seen Tom pop up. No. I've seen AJ pop up a bunch, though. He just made the argument that you can do styles without Tailwind, but you can't do tests without a testing framework. I can do tests without a testing framework. It's not going to be pleasant, but I can absolutely do it.
Totally.
Yeah, I think that was like one of the hardest pills for me to swallow. And the thing that keeps like a more opinionated dev away from Redwood is it's not necessarily that Redwood is opinionated. It's that it's hard for me to distinguish which opinions Redwood is prescribing to me versus which ones it's letting me opt into versus which ones I can configure and opt out of myself. Like it's the opt in versus opt out. Redwood doesn't have a clear when you opt in versus when you opt out right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, we should look into that. I think it could make it a lot leaner, and then we could also add additional things and let the sort of community or the users pick what they want, and then we can figure out what's working best, what's more popular, rather than just being opinionated about things. Problem is you have to find someone who's like super opinionated and loves a piece of technology in order to write all the integration for it. So it's like this balancing act between like, all right, I can see you're so enthusiastic about it, go ahead and build it, but then someone else has to maintain it over time, and it's kind of, frameworks are hard.
Yeah, we're figuring this all out right now with Create T3 app, with like when somebody has a crazy idea, like one of the like I think half or so of the code in the repo now is the work that was put in for type safe environment variables. There isn't a good package for it or anything. So when you opt into any of the things that need environment variables, be it Prisma or NextAuth, since both of those need environment variables, we now include a ZOD runner that validates the environment variables and like gives you a type safe access layer to them. But that's like half the code. And now whenever we add an additional environment variable to the repo, another thing comes in, we have to maintain this huge thing. And it's like significantly slowed down the speed at which we can add and remove things. But it's also significantly improved the experience that end users have interacting with the environment variables. Even just like the bug reports we get when people use it are better because they get a named error that says, error, you don't have this field, rather than like getting a screenshot of a weird obtuse error like 5 layers deep in Prisma.
Totally. That's really cool. How do you run that? Is it at runtime or build time?
It is at
ZOD
both,
is runtime, right?
Yeah, ZOD is runtime, but we run it during the TypeScript validation as well, I think. I'm not positive about that, but it's like in runtime, when you push things, you immediately get an error, which is super nice. It's made like when you're setting up the environment for the first time and you're initting a project and you don't have a DB configured, you get an error that says, hey, you don't have a database URL. You need one of those.
Nice. Yeah.
ZOD is magic, I think, though, Prisma, generally speaking.
It is. And you said earlier, like Prisma is the obvious choice. And actually, when we were picking ORMs, Prisma had just been built, and we were looking around, and there were like terrible options compared to Prisma. But now Colin, who built ZOD, works for EdgeDB, right? And they have like a really, really interesting ORM. Or is it called an ORM?
What they're doing is so interesting. I wanted to do not tangent too deep into EdgeDB stuff because I'm gonna have Colin on soon to talk all about it. But the TLDR of what makes EdgeDB different is instead of building one heavy ORM, they built 3 very minimal parts. I shouldn't say very minimal because each part is pretty complex, but they have the EdgeDB, which is the protocol on top of a Postgres database that is their new like database layer. They have EdgeQL, which is the syntax for querying in EdgeDB. It's like their equivalent of the SQL query language where you actually write the queries that you then send. They have included with that a TypeScript query builder. So what's important about the query builder is it doesn't run queries. It just constructs the string that you would then pass to your DB, but it also has a type inferred what that query should give you back, because the query builder is using types that are generated off of your schema that's inside of the same repo. Similar to how Prisma works, where you have the schema and then Prisma generates the node modules. This generates another directory, but in that directory, it creates all of the types that it then uses for the code gen. The third part that glues everything together is the EdgeQL client that actually connects to DB and runs the queries, but it has like 3 type defs in it. The whole thing's like 400 lines of code, and it could theoretically be replaced with a fetch version or anything else. The query builder just passes that the string that then outputs the type safe value, because the query runner uses the type from the query builder. But so you can see the parts that Prisma kind of just shoved all into one thing, separated with how EdgeDB did things. And it's super exciting. I'm super curious how it ends up going. I've been playing with it a bunch on the side.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and I think that's one of the problems with new technology is like, I would love to try EdgeDB, but I can't because I have vanilla Postgres. So I can't just move. And once you've picked something like Redwood or any framework, you are really very much stuck with it for a very long time. It's rough. If only we could swap these things out.
Yeah,
as we choose.
There are pieces we can swap out. Like something I pushed really hard at ping early. We started with like standard. It was a Vite React app with a pages, or with not pages, an API like Vercel directory that would deploy the backend functions that I needed, because you don't need to use Next.js to deploy backend functions on Vercel. You just put it in a folder and it does the same thing. So I was doing that for a while to like have a backend on an SPA Vite app, because I didn't think Next was the best solution for us because we didn't need static sitegen. We were a very dynamic app. Slowly started caving for the other ergonomic wins Next provided, realized it does work really well for building a full stack like app like we were building if you ignore get server-side props entirely, because it's an anti-pattern at best. And once I moved away from those things towards a more focused, like using Next as the relationship layer between my backend and front end, and like a front end runner rather than a full stack, like Jamstack site builder, I had a much better experience with it. But the other pieces I started moving, like we started on Worker KV, which was not the right solution for the like weird relations we were doing in our database. So I moved over to Postgres on Heroku with Prisma, fell in love with Prisma, detested Heroku in particular as like a serverless environment. We blew through connection limits every few seconds. Moved over to AWS, still on Postgres, was fine there for a bit. Started getting near the limit for connections and like performance on the $15 a month free tier box. Knew I had to upgrade. Didn't want to ever think about this again. Started hunting once more, so because I didn't want to set up the proxy layer and all the other things you need for a good serverless or DB. Found PlanetScale super early. It's like, oh, that's interesting. I don't hate MySQL. I could see myself trying this out. I did a PG dump. I converted the PG dump to MySQL using this really old sketchy PHP file that I found that does the conversion. Ran the MySQL dump against my DB in PlanetScale, and was able to move over accidentally because I didn't mean to deploy the change, but it did too early because I hit the merge button thinking it was going into another branch, but it went to main. When I had my highest paying user live back in September, if I recall, just moved over from the PlanetScale or from Postgres on AWS to MySQL on PlanetScale with almost no client code changes because I was using Prisma as the layer, just basically changed the environment variable, and it worked. It was fine. There was no issues. And that's the benefit of something like Prisma, and the fact that Prisma on both sides is kind of a standard. On one side, it's TypeScript, which we're working with every day. And on the other side, it's SQL, which our databases are hopefully still working with too. Prisma was particularly replaceable because Prisma made both sides in a way replaceable because both sides were standards. And I look for technologies that have that, where it's clear, like, I adopt Prisma, I can theoretically replace Prisma with something else as long as it has SQL on one side and type safety on the other. But I can also replace the database on the other side now too, because Prisma's the translation layer to an extent.
I actually know a friend. I have a friend who's using Postgres.js. He replaced Prisma with Postgres.js, but he's using the Prisma types as a type safety layer in Postgres.js. I was like, okay, cool. I don't know why he switched over. I think he wanted to deploy via Deno or something like that, and Prisma doesn't work there yet.
Yeah, Prisma won't run on the edge due to the way it's architected. I don't really think they can walk that one back at this point. Their solution is run the Prisma client on their servers, and then you HTTP to that off of the edge with a fetch, rather than running the client there. Because like 200 megabytes of Rust and JavaScript binaries are not going to be particularly edge friendly.
Is it 200 megabytes?
It's 150 plus. It's pretty bad.
Whew.
Yeah, it's like when you add Prisma to a node or to a Next.js app, you go from about 100 to 200 millisecond cold start to basically guaranteed 1 second plus, often 2.5.
Yeah, that's rough.
Prisma's, and like I want to be clear, I love Prisma. They are the best solution right now. It is one of the heaviest dependencies currently slowing down the modern web dev world.
It's so interesting, like, to think that we went from having absolutely poor choices to having this amazing choice, and now once we start uncovering the architectural decisions that they made, you're kind of like, oh no, now we're stuck. What now? Yeah, hopefully they fix it.
I think it's almost similar to like the OG React days in a way, where they proved out the DX, and now a decade later we're still eating the performance implications of that DX, of like the abstracted component model with a virtual DOM there was a lot of ideas there that made our lives as developers way better, but made Google's lives as browser maintainers way worse. And now we have people like Ryan, the creator of Solid, in chat, who are working to provide the awesome DX, arguably even better DX than what React introduced us to, on top of a more solid base. I think that Prisma is essential in the role it has served, exploring how we can do better database developer experience, but through that has just brought a lot of cruft with it. I think we now have a chance to build something with less of that cruft that solves the 80 to 90% of the problems that we are using Prisma for right now, which is TypeScript, type safety on top of our SQL, in particular Postgres. Like if you solve just that, or even just MySQL, something that's way simpler and more minimal, that is huge. And I'm starting to see more of these pop up. I know Keysly is one of them, KYSELY, if I recall. That is like super minimal and super fast. I have a friend at Serverless Stack that's really into it. All my friends who are into like infra stuff are more and more pissed at. I'm finding it on GitHub quick. Cool. The type safety SQL query builder. I think I can hit this button. Here it is. Keysly is KYSELY. It's a type safe SQL query builder for TypeScript. So
it's an interesting name. I wonder what it means.
Fair.
Keysly?
Yeah. Does it have it does not have type safe. Inspired by Knex. I'm guessing that it is based on.
That was one of the choices, the early days, or one of the choices that we had in the early days for Redwood that just didn't work out for us.
That makes sense.
Knex.
Keysly definitely has a bit of a Knex vibe in terms of it feels like you're writing SQL but in TypeScript, where Prisma feels a little less SQL, a little more TypeScript OOE in a way. I see what's going on here, and as someone who hasn't written a lot of SQL recently, it's a little scary, but it still seems particularly valuable for a lot of use cases, and I'm excited for more things like this to exist.
Yeah, that where clause is pretty interesting. The fact that they split it up like that.
Yeah, or one of the ones that trips me out is in the select. God, I can't pause it, but there's like a space between things, and you know they're doing some crazy string building shit for that to work. Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, pet.name.
Everything has trades on.
All right, I think it's the one after this. I wish they just had like a screenshot of the sample. I don't think they do, but we can wait for it to come back in the GIF here. They have the person or pet.name as pet_name. That's some weird TypeScript shit for that to work, but I kind of get it with string prototyping, but it is chaos.
Yeah, I was watching the interview with Matt, and he was saying, like, and I think you said this too, it's like TypeScript is great as an end user, but as a framework developer or someone who's building a library, TypeScript is really, really hard. Like, really hard. And you were asking, some of the questions that you asked in the pre-interview were like, why did it take so long for Redwood to get to 1.0? And it's because when we started building Redwood, it wasn't TypeScript at all. It was just pure old JavaScript. And we launched it like kind of as a preview, and the most I think one of the issues that had the most thumbs up on it was like TypeScript support. So we added that, and it was hard. It was really, really hard to get TypeScript working in our Redwood way of building things. Yeah.
Fascinating. I had no idea that Redwood was not TypeScript from the start. I am now curious why Merriweather so excitedly recommended it before it was TypeScript, because he was a big TS fan. Fascinating. Yeah, it's also awesome that you guys made the switch. I think I'm going to have to put you up there with Tanner in terms of people who did not jump on TypeScript early and had to do massive amounts of overhauls in order to get type safety like to be a thing within their frameworks. Especially I see people in chat mentioning that Redwood has handles routing really well. I'm curious, like, are you doing type safe routing similar to like the PathPeta stuff that I'm seeing start to pop up in the React world?
So how that works is we have like a mirror directory that we generate files that mirror your file layout, and then we create types in there like d.ts files. So as an example, if you had a file web src routes.tsx, we would create a mirror directory that has web src routes.d.ts, and we generate types on the fly as you're building it to give you the type safety. I'm not sure how this other library does
Path
types,
beta specifically is for like routes. When you generate like a link component that is like an href, you pass it a builder, and if you give it a path that isn't a valid route on your app, it type errors.
yeah, we have that too. So like we wrote like a ton of ASTs because we added like different frameworky like things that we wanted to see. So we added ASTs that pull out the routes file. Your routes are a single JSX file, and we pull out the different things and then generate actual routes for you, or use the type inference, string inference, to so that then we say route 2, you can reference the string, and then you can also provide the parameters and things like that. And that wasn't me. I think I'm not sure who added that functionality, either Danny or Toby. Was one of our contributors, but yeah, it was really tough. I remember it being a monumentous effort.
Yeah, I am not surprised. Type safe routing is one of those things I've just kind of given up on, because all of the solutions come with crazy amounts of code gen and even crazier like edge cases and surprises down the line. It's one of the things that we could do in Create T3 app that I've just kind of leaned against, because as much as we push for as much type safety as possible, it is tough to handle in routing in particular. Like routes are not particularly type safe by design, and TypeScript doesn't give us a good way to export those based on a file system. And it sounds like your solution there was to build like an AST and a like watcher and generator that actually creates the type safe system based on the file structure and the routing that you've defined.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I am curious how much code gen exists in Redwood by default, though, especially knowing how like the GraphQL type safe story tends to be. I have a feeling that's going to be a lot of code gen.
There is a lot of code gen. Yeah, absolutely. I think the majority of our type safety comes from code gen stuff. But I actually haven't, since I've been building Snaplet, I haven't been actively reviewing PRs and committing to Redwood. So I'm not sure where it is now. So I'm speaking from like maybe 6 months prior experience.
Very interesting. We more and more lean anti-code gen in this community, just because it tends to scale rough and add a lot of complexity to the dev experience. It just, more than anything, it adds a whole separate like layer of steps between when you save the file and when you see the response. And just like one of the magic pieces of tRPC, I'm sure you've experienced this, is in VS Code, you can edit the file, and before you've even saved it, you're seeing the type error on the client when you're editing a backend file.
Yeah, totally. And I sometimes wished that there were features that TypeScript added for library authors that made it easier to actually add types that we wanted to add. And you could like see it in your mind. You could draw the line between saying, okay, like as an example, we have this pattern in Redwood called cells, where you declaratively define how to load data. So instead of using like some kind of like fetching library, you export a couple of components. So you export a query, a success, a failure, and we type those through type generation. It would be amazing if I could just tell TypeScript to say, hey, there's a file pattern called file name.cell.ts or whatever, tsx. Apply types to this file. Like do it like have a watcher, have a real-time like IDE integration that allows me to type things like these. But they don't. So, and it's one of the things that when you're building something in JavaScript, you can take your JavaScript mind and apply it to the problem. And it being a dynamic language, there's a lot of different ways that you can do things. And then if you start using TypeScript, you almost have to take your TypeScript mind and apply it to the problem. But you're not actually writing TypeScript, you're still writing JavaScript. And that's one of the things that really frustrated me about TypeScript, is that it's a layer that runs on top of JavaScript. Yeah, I could rant about this for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm getting super tired.
I totally understand that. No worries. I definitely want to give you a chance to wrap up too. I know how late it is there, especially with coming off COVID brain. I think we've touched on a lot of like really cool stuff here. Are there any things that we didn't get to that you wanted to talk about more?
I actually really wanted to talk a little bit about Snaplet, but that's sort of like just a product pitch and probably not the right place.
You might be surprised. There's a lot of different developers at different levels in the community. Feel free. I'll give you the mic for a few minutes.
Yeah. Would it be okay if I showed a demo?
That will be a tiny bit hard just because I don't have an easy way for you to screen share that gets into my stream at the moment. But if you have a link for me to pull up and then you can walk me through, that might be the best thing.
Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so Snaplet gives developers data that they can code against. We do that in a number of different ways. The first way is we copy the data directly out of your database and we transform it whilst we're copying it. So how you transform it, let me just grab the docs here, is you use a JavaScript or a TypeScript callback. Let me just send you a link quick. Sorry, I lost the window here. Here we go.
No
Here
worries.
is a link to the docs.
Perfect. I'm going to drop this in chat so I have access to it on my stream PC a little more easily. Switch scenes. Go to the Twitch chat. Yoink that link. Here we are.
Cool. So here we actually generated types. If you look on the third line, we have this transform type that we generated, and that's based on the structure of your database. So we introspect your database. We kind of like pull out the schemas, the tables, the columns, and the types that they require. And then we allow you to register a callback against the transformation runner. So what's happening in this public users function is every time we copy a row, we return a new email address, which is mynewemail@example.org. And you have the full power of TypeScript or Node.js in there, and you can just change it to whatever value you want. We also have this library called Copycat that allows you to declaratively generate fake values. So if you consider, like, say, for instance, you had a database with 100 users in it, you'd want the user to always be the same when you copy it down, and this will do that. So use copycat.email, and it will generate this zachariablock365@gmail.com given a particular email in your database. So Snaplet allows you to copy your data out of your database to transform it in real time. And then we also allow you to do other operations, like you can reduce it. So you can take your huge database and reduce it down to a tiny subset. Or if you have absolutely no data in your database, you can generate it. So you can type Snaplet seed, will generate data for you and base it on a shape that you specify. And you can have data in your database that's referentially integrated. Yeah.
Fascinating. I don't want to keep you for too much longer, but this touches on a lot of things I think a lot about. Are you familiar with the branching stuff that PlanetScale does with DB schemas?
Totally. If you scroll down a little bit, there's something called instant DBs. So on the left-hand side, it's currently released. You can actually run these commands and they'll work. So basically here you type snaplet db create, and you can name it based off the branch, your Git branch, and it will create a database for you, stick a snapshot in that database, and then you can code against it or run your CI tests against it or have a preview URL. And when you don't use this database, it shuts down. and when you reconnect to it, it boots up in about 300 milliseconds. And we have a GitHub action coming out that will clear out old data. So you and your team can actually code against the same database, or run tests against the same database. We're trying to integrate this whole like data is hard to work with experience into a single CLI tool.
Fascinating. There's a lot of really cool stuff here. I need to do my fair share of homework and dig in on this, play with it myself before talking about it more, but I might actually end up bringing you back on to talk more on this when we do more DB stuff. So very much in our wheelhouse. Cool. One of my favorite interviews was the Planet Scale one. I'll chat more about this in the future. That all said, I don't want to keep you too much longer. I know how late it is there. So any last shout outs or things you want to say?
No, just thanks for having me on. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, thank you.
Of course. Thanks again for stopping by. Everybody in chat, make sure you go give our friend here, App Factory, a follow. Peter came on super last minute, especially considering that he is coming off of COVID. So huge shout out to Peter for stopping by. Give him a follow on Twitter. Check out Snaplet as well for your database developer experience to make it way easier to iterate on your DB and work in dev more succinctly using a safe set of data. Thank you again, Peter. See you in the future.
Thank you.
Peace.
Bye.
Let's hit that button and that button. Rad. That was super cool. I am pumped that we managed to have him on and finally got to chat all about Redwood. It's of the modern like JavaScript Jamstack frameworks. It's definitely the one I've played with the least and know about the least. And honestly, I really like how they framed it. Like it's the only framework that explicitly isn't trying to get me to use it. And I like that a lot. I genuinely love that their focus is, it reminds me of the like difference in focus for different like YouTubers almost, where the content I'm making is for a more senior than average like YouTube viewer or Twitch viewer. I think what we built with Create T3 app is similar in a sense, where you need to know which of those technologies you need and why you might need them. Whereas Redwood, you just init, and then you add the things you need that weren't included later. I think that there's a lot of space for an opinionated JavaScript full stack framework that doesn't give you the room to make decisions at the start, just because you might not have the experience to make the right decisions. That said, I don't think I'm going to be using Redwood anytime soon, personally. It just isn't the solution that makes the most sense for the things I'm building and the teams that I'm running. That said, there are definitely a lot of people here who it does make sense for, and I definitely encourage you guys to check out Redwood. Yeah, I did see a couple comments I want to dive in on. In particular, I didn't want to have him on the spot too hard for the storybook stuff, but I'll die on this hill. Of the however many hundreds of people, I'm seeing 601 right now that are viewing, maybe at most 5 of you could benefit from Storybook. It is the people who are building very specifically UI libraries. If you are building something like MUI for your team at the company you're working at, and there is a deep, dedicated, focused need for building an interactive UI library that's being consumed theoretically in multiple different projects, and you want a quick UI where you can test the buttons, you can test the drop downs, and you can see how all those parts work, it is pretty damn hard to beat what's happening in Storybook. But if you're building an application, your components aren't being reused in 5 apps. Your components are in the same project as the UI, or as the app itself. If your components and your app are in one package that you're shipping to your user and you're not building a design system, stay as far away from Storybook as you can. Seriously, it is not for your apps. It is for your design libraries. AJ's mentioned that your components are in various states. Sure. If it's too hard to get to those states in your app, then you're not actually checking them. When I see apps that use Storybook as their way to test the different ways to do things inside of their app, instead of getting the app in the condition that they're checking, they just tested in Storybook, yeah, you end up writing a broken app because you're not testing how these things interact anymore. You are... It works well with cells well. I know you need to run, AJ. We can chat about this in the future. I am going to look up Storybook cells to make sure my understanding of what a cell is correct. They don't use the term. Oh, it's a Redwood thing. Oh. Yeah, cells are a Redwood thing. I guess if you create a new... Yeah, no, as I look through this, I'm not seeing it. You're going to have to come on and convince me. I am not sold. Sankdoki just said Storybook's the unit test of designs. Yes. And I would argue that at a certain scale and a certain like level of consumption, having unit tests for your designs makes a lot of sense. My problem specifically comes from when people use Storybook to unit test an app, because it's like the worst of both. It's unit testing an app, which is usually bad. And more importantly, it's using a tool built for frameworks or for design libraries, not for applications. It's using the wrong solution to the wrong problem. It's bad. Do not install Storybook in your apps, please. Seriously. Even I would hope Storybook agrees with this at this point. Like, Storybook's great for design component libraries. People are trying to make it do other things. I would hope they'd say, please no. I could be wrong. They might say, please, yes, use Storybook for everything, in which case I'm going to write them off even more so. But yeah. I will not say Storybook is fantastic because my experience is bad enough, but I'm not going to... Yeah. I just got one of my new favorite comments on YouTube. YouTube actually, it's funny, YouTube hid this one, but it doesn't hide the spam. This dude literally has the most punchable face. Shut up. Hey, if you're an SF, let's go for it. In a video game. I'll murder you in Minecraft. Anyways. Do I show it or do I hide it? Let's do a poll. Do I let the punchable face comment in or do I hide that one? I'm leaning show. I hit show. Pin it. Tempting. Very tempting. Fucking bitches. Imagine like being so angry during a live stream that you don't even reply about what they're talking about. You specifically send the message, you have such a punchable face. That is, like, you're that far away from what we're talking about that's what you're going to focus on. Proud of you, bud. Oh, I want to be very clear. The trolls are not getting to me. There's a lot of trolls that are much harsher that I don't mention. I just found this one particularly funny. That's the only reason we're talking about it. Anyways. What are we talking about? I'll open up chat quick. I'll also turn on the overlay again so I can keep getting sub notifications, which I have been way too not good about shouting out. So huge shout out to Maple for the resub, to Franck for the resub, or Franaqua. I'm just going to call you Fran. I have second names. Be More, huge shout out. Thank you for stopping by and giving the sub. Joshua with the gift sub for the community. Super appreciate that. As well as Zebeth, JMO, Nether Scurril, Cthulhu, Electro Bruin, and Beyond Twisted Meadows. Huge shout out to all of y'all. For those who don't know, you have direct access to the sub-only channel in the Discord once you've subscribed on Twitch, and you can link that to, or once you link your Twitch account to your Discord account, you get the sub-only channel where I vent, I post all sorts of shit that I don't normally get to talk about publicly. You have my real takes about things I'm a little scared to share. So definitely make sure you sub and you hop in there if you haven't just yet. So it's without question the most fun channel in the Discord. We also have a higher up tier 3 T3 channel for if you're a tier 3 sub. But not too many of those. I don't want to push people to spend $25 a month on me. But if you have it and you're getting a lot of value out of this, we do appreciate the support. Thank you all again. Redux versus MobX. I did a video last week that will hopefully be coming out soon. The state management video I did is coming very soon. We lightly touch on Redux and we do not talk about MobX because those are kind of old solutions that I would maintain them if I was in a code base that had them, but I don't think I would adopt them right now. MobX isn't bad, but MobX is full of foot guns. Like there are a lot of foot guns. Can somebody get Synecdoche a gift sub quick? If anybody deserves one, it's her. Just throw her a gift sub quick. Yeah, Aiden, to be fair, a lot of the MobX pain you're experiencing is explicitly my fault. I shipped MobX at Twitch for a while for internal stuff, and it caused a lot of problems. We're using headless UI right now. I actually did a stream. I should plug Bryn if anybody here isn't already following them, which you should be. Bryn is my co-founder, head of all things design and product at Ping. They're the one who built the homepage of Ping, built all of the UI, made everything look not shit, the brand, everything. Bryn's been streaming more, and when she streams, she actually like does live Ping code. And yesterday when we were streaming, we did a bunch of weird stuff with headless UI. So be sure to stop into her streams in the future. Very fun. I'll be popping in all the time. We're trying to grind her up to partner before TwitchCon. So definitely give a follow. Hope to see you next time she goes live. I saw this get mentioned earlier. I don't know what Hono is. I'm going to wait till it's a bit more well-known. And like people are mentioning it and sending me links to things that are useful. Are we going to TwitchCon? Yes, we are. Why use Jedi and Zustan, not only Zustan? Either watch the VOD from last week or wait for the edit to come out because I go all in on this, not covering old things. Yo, the tier 3 from B Rank Day. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the tier 3. Definitely annoy me in the tier 3 channel on the Discord. You have full right to at me in that channel. It's the one channel where I don't give a shit. Definitely would hope to see you there, Aiden, if you do end up going. Yes, Mayan, you did miss the interview. It was a shorter one today because poor Peter was not feeling great post-COVID and is on a different time zone where it was very late. I'm going to edit the title quick. Cool, I'll just change the title. Should do it on YouTube as well. Cool. Title is now updated on YouTube as well. I should probably change the thumbnail, but I am incredibly lazy. Anyways. An IDE. You keep saying idea instead of IDE. You've asked this twice now. What I think about WebStorm versus VS Code is WebStorm's gigantic bloatware. VS Code is fine. The tools that we use are built by, for, and in VS Code. WebStorm is an all-in-one like external solution that is always playing catch-up. Just not into WebStorm. I don't know what Fleet is. Drop a link, I guess. Aiden put it well. WebStorm does everything and not very well. Oh, the routing thing I mentioned. I could talk about that a bit. PathPeta is a package that does type-safe routing for Next.js, Nuxt, and Sapper. Funny enough, not, what's it called? SvelteKit, if I recall. It does not do yet, but it does a few other things. Seems like it's a tiny bit out of date now, but the general idea is it generates a type-safe set of like URLs based on the pages in your Next app. And then when you call a link, you have to page this path.post.create, actually create a URL based on the expectations for that path. It's not the best thing in the world, but it does make sure when you have a URL being passed to a link that it goes there and it honors like the expectations for like the inputs. So yeah, it works. I don't use it. I don't have enough routes to care, but it is a thing. Any thoughts on non.js and web dev? No, we're not there yet. Like all of these things are slow, unsupported, and various states of broken. In the same way, like I cover something like Fresh because it has enough overlap with what we're doing that even though it's unshippable and likely will never be shippable, it's interesting. This is 2 levels of disinteresting to me because it's things I don't have an implicit like care for, which is Rust, Go, and C++ and Qt. Like I don't care about those things by default, but now it's also not shippable. Like if any of these were closer to prod ready, I'd be forced, like my hand would be forced, I'd have to cover them because we talk about things you can ship. But since they're not things you can ship, they have to be interesting to me. Since they're not interesting to me, I just don't care. Well, yeah, what Muscle said here, if I am reading that correct, I don't know why Twitch won't let me. Yeah. Use a component library to document 500 devs using the components. Yeah. This is the take. This is why you would use Storybook. Thoughts on React Native Skya? Haven't thought about it too much yet. Seems fine. Seems like it takes a lot of the wins that we get from Skia without having to adopt something like Flutter, which is obviously exciting. Let me make sure I don't have my DMs open quick. I don't. Nice. Do I tweet the screenshot? JetBrains, next generation. I added context. There's context here. LOL. That's enough context. Here, blow up the tweet. Make everybody feel like they're out of the joke. So yeah, I don't know if that helps answer what do I think of this. I don't care. I do not give a fuck what JetBrains is up to nowadays, honestly. I'm more likely to move to Vim. It's next generation for JetBrains, not for developers. Like JetBrains next generation is like 2004. Good to have you here. Love that we're getting a bunch of the YouTube frogs over on Twitch now. Appreciate y'all immensely. Sorry that YouTube chat tends to be a little less fun, but it's because of YouTube's straight up refusal to add good moderation tools for live chat. It's bad. Fleet is just advertising for WebStorm. Lol. NetBeans was the shit in 2008. My bad. NetBeans was really like all the rage in 2008. Remember Eclipse? Shout out Eclipse. Let's bring back those good memories. As a predominantly Java engineer, just wanted to say sorry on behalf of everything. Yeah, predominantly Java is scary, and I feel bad. I did make web pages in front page back in the day. Good old shit shows. Anaconda, oh no. I'm having bad flashbacks now. I don't know why I mentioned that. I also kind of miss Sublime Text, Aiden. I do. I feel that. I had things I wanted to talk about. Let me see if I have any of them in my Notion. I actually have Notion open ahead of time. Nice. I'm like where I need to be. Cool. So, I think I have the 3 like core things I want to talk about. I'm a tiny bit dead, so I don't know if I'm going to get all 3 out today. But I'm going to start a poll for us to pick between them. What to talk about next? Next, JS errors in production. Next, JS errors best practice, I'll say. I forgot that you have a very strict limit for how long text can be in here. I'm going to say error logging because that's what I wanted to focus. I should update the mic link in my bio, but I'm lazy. We'll get there. You guys have no idea how much random shit I have to update at all times on all platforms whenever I like make any change. It sucks. And there's no way to centralize that because every platform's expectations keep changing too. Okay, so Next.js error logging, or the other ones. Passwords are bad. Really want to do that one. Databases, or how to choose your DB. Anything else in here that I was particularly excited about? What is reliability? Kind of excited for that one. It's overdue. Yeah. We'll go with those for now. Let's see how this poll is doing. People really want the DB stuff. I'll take that. Oh, did I miss a question? Ask again. You're a mod. You can break rules. How much would I pay a month for VS Code? That's an interesting question. Generally, I almost want to put this under the same category I put under the, like, if Tailwind didn't exist, what would you use? If Tailwind didn't exist, I would rebuild Tailwind or something just like it. If VS Code charged money, I would expect someone else to make a better open source solution, or, to be frank, for Adam to not have died such an egregious death. If it wasn't free, I would pay whatever they charge for as long as I have to until a better thing comes out that is free. Like, VS Code, similar like Copilot, VS Code just started charging. I would expect the community to respond with something that is as good, if not better, like a fork off of VS Codium or something. Whereas with something like Copilot, that's more an infra problem and like a process and data problem than anything else. That's a lot harder to just clone. Cool. So it looks like how to choose your DB won, but pretty handedly. And then passwords are bad, Next.js error logging, and what is reliability at the bottom. That checks out for me. Let's do it. I guess it's probably time for some rants. How to choose your data base. Just all caps that. I'm going to try a new thing where I'm going to, on Stream Elements, pause alerts so that like the sub or stuff doesn't come up during the rant, but chat can still be there because I do like having chat in the VOD, and I've missed having that. So activity feed. Also, JD the Geek, Deep Fried, and Dog Paw. Thank you all for the subs. Really appreciate y'all. The sub alerts aren't going to come up for a little bit. I will unpause that after the next set of rants. Just know that chat will be on the screen, alerts will not. Anyways. How do I want to start this one? This is hard. Databases. Everyone needs them, kind of. But how do you pick one? There are so many options now, from different SQL providers like Supabase and PlanetScale to like NoSQL providers like FaunaDB and Firebase to like cached edge solutions like WorkerKV and Cloudflare. All of these solutions provide the basic need of, I have data that my users have created. I want to store it somewhere and access it later. But all of them work very differently and solve very different parts of that problem with fundamental different philosophies. And it's way too easy to pick the wrong data solution for what you or your project need. I want to talk a bit more about the different database solutions that exist and how you can use wrong wording. More importantly, God, this is hard. I want to talk more about how these databases differ, and more importantly, how you can pick the right database for what you specifically are building. With that all said, let's dive in to everyone's favorite app, Excalibur. Databases. How to choose one. So, let's start with a basic definition. An external thing that stores data. By this definition, a lot of things can kind of fit into database, including everything from, Redis arguably would fit into this definition here. Obviously, WorkerKV would fit into this definition here. Obviously, SQLite would too. There's a lot of other things. Even some weird like WebSocket providers kind of are a database in the sense that it's an external thing that holds state or stores data. But usually a database is something that persists the data that you can access over time. So usually persisted data, usually accessible via API. I think that for the sake of this stream, that operating under this assumption that a database is a thing that externally stores data, persists it, and can be accessed via some form of API is a good enough way to get started. I should say standard client. I would consider, I don't know if I'd call SQL an API, but regardless, I think this is a good framing to start from. So, what are the options? This is where things get a little more complex because we have a lot of options in database land. We have the SQL databases. We have the document data stores. I guess I'll call it a database. Document databases. I'll put examples: SQLite, Postgres, MySQL. Where document databases are things like MongoDB. I don't know what I'd call Fauna. Though SQL relational, like Fauna, or I guess is Firestore. I guess Firestore is kind of a document DB. There's a lot of like line blur between these two, depending on how they set things up. Firestore, everybody's saying Firestore is Diet Mongo, which is scary. So we'll put Firestore here, and I'll put, what's the weird one that is like the GraphDB It's like n something. Neo4j. I'll call these graph. Yeah, that's a lot of people saying Neo4j. Thank you all. So we now know what that one is. Yeah, and then there's KV stars. That's the last one, stars, which are things like Redis, Worker, KV. Rad. I think this, fine, I'll put memcached. Cool. Yeah, KV stores can be in memory. They don't have to be in memory. I think that all of these, as far as the architecture of the database and how things like are stored in DB, that these are the different like categories we can think of in terms of how it affects our data architecture. DynamoDB is a weird thing, and I'm gonna hit the broadcast button. What? No sound when I do that? What the fuck? That's so dumb. I know why there's no sound, and that's so dumb. Fuck. Does it really just... Okay, that sucks. I need to figure out my routing again. I have some shit to deal with off stream. It's going to be annoying to cut. Anyways, the thing I wanted to get close to the mic and get mad about is if Dynamo's the right solution for you, you're not watching a beginner DB video on how to pick your database. You already know Dynamo's the solution for you. You're smarter than me. Go use Dynamo. We're talking about how to pick your first database for your small side project right now. Dynamo's for Amazon scale. Dynamo sucks to use. You've picked it for a reason. I trust you. Go use it. Don't talk about it here. Thank you. Anyways. What are the types of database? I think it's important to start with this distinction. Like, what are the different types of databases? Because that's separate from the next question, which is, where do I host my database? And this has a lot of different, like, I'm trying to remember the way to break this down. The original, like, OG solution that a lot of people still do, that I sometimes miss, usually don't, is run it on a server yourself. Those would be things like AWS, EC2, things like Railway, Heroku, etc. What these solutions do is they actually spin up a box on a server that is like a Docker image, effectively, like an actual separated container that just runs the SQL or server, or runs the EdgeDB, or runs the Neo4j, but it's a box that runs that like database directly. You as the developer have to know which provider you want to use, how to deploy that container for it, and also pay attention to like when it hits limits and make sure it scales accordingly. You can run this on Kubernetes, but please, as Aiden just said, do not put your database in Kubernetes. You're going to have a very bad time. Anyways, now that we've discussed running it on a server yourself, there are other solutions like hosted or provided, scaled, auto-scaled hosts. This would be things like PlanetScale and Cockroach DB. There's a bunch of others people are going to suggest. I guess this falls under managed. Do I just call it managed? The problem with managed is it's kind of a group. Like, there's like two tiers of managed almost. So there's provided auto-scaled hosts on OSS Tech, which are like Planet Scale and Cockroach. And then there is proprietary, very infra tech pairings, which is things like Fauna. Yeah, I think Fauna is the one I really want to call it here. I guess Worker KV, kind of, where you cannot run Worker KV on your own servers. That is running through their stuff. Durable objects, kind of DB. I don't think durable object really fits into any of these definitions. We'll get back to that one. I almost think there's like 3 tiers of managed, which is, I don't know how to say this here other than boring, which is things like Supabase is what I'm thinking of here, where like you can host Supabase yourself. They just host it for you. And when you get close to a limit, you click the button in the UI and promote yourself to the next tier. But it's not proprietary because it is open source. When I brought up Railway's under run it on a server yourself. You're still thinking about the box. You're still thinking about the performance of the box. Supabase is a tier. Like if I go to the Supabase pricing, wrong button, you'll see that the way that pricing and like scaling works on databases is by like the amount of storage you're taking and the amount of bandwidth and the number of monthly users rather than the size of the box. Where if you go to Railway's pricing is much less based on the usage, like the number of users and the number of queries. It's based on the size of the box and the specs of it. So it's how much like disk does this box have? How much CPU execution time are you spending? These are like, it's almost like a level of, or like a spectrum of how much of the concern do you want to own? So we're going to draw a diagram where on one side of this is I run my DBs on bare metal. So I can wrap that better. And the other side, what's a database? Is it like Airtable? So these are the 2 different sides that a developer can live on in terms of how much you give a shit about the database and how much you understand and know and care about how like the database and the data models work. You can fit into a lot of different places on the spectrum, and there's a good reason to be anywhere on it. If we're talking about something like, let's scroll up, running Postgres on EC2 yourself, I would say that fits around like here. Postgres on EC2. And then there's solutions for people who care a bit, but don't want to manage it. They know what managing their DB hell is like. So Planet Scale handles scale for me. And then there's like SQL. I'll just use the Supabase client. Need to shift these all down slightly, make more room. Actually, I'm going to shift this slightly because I want to fit Railway in here somewhere. think it actually fits somewhere like here, which is I just need SQL quickly. I'll throw it on Railway. So here's a spectrum where on the left, you know what the fuck you're doing and nothing I talk about is going to convince you. And on the right are people we scared away long ago. I think this is the spectrum of how much do you care about your database and your data? And how much are you thinking about like the scalability and maintainability long term? And you could also argue that with this line, the left is following the standard. The left doesn't know what standards are. There's also a pretty strong line, I would say, right about here, where everything to the left of this is standard and like following SQL as much as it can. But once you get around here and go right, the Supabase client isn't SQL, even if Supabase itself is based on top of SQL. But how do I put it? Like, Supabase being SQL based means it's a safer bet, not that it's a standardized bet. And you can move off of Supabase's client to something else like Prisma that is based on top of the SQL standard and use the same database, but you have to now do that. And moving out of Supabase before you've moved off the client is nigh impossible. So on the left here, we're following standards to a T. And as we go further right, we're leaving those standards. You could make an argument that PlanetScale is less standard than throwing a SQL server on Railway, and you'd probably be right. But I would argue both of these follow a specific open source SQL standard. Railway lets you pick the one you follow. PlanetScale uses Vitesse as like the scaler for MySQL. But this is like, if you picked PlanetScale, either you care enough to know or you don't care enough and never want to worry about it again. Both of which I think make sense for picking PlanetScale. It's like the scalable subset of the standard, whereas Railway's the non-scalable superset, trusting you to handle the scale in the future when you need to specifically. So I also just noticed after Ollie brought it up in chat, I didn't put Mongo in here. I have to expand this to make room for Mongo. Do I really put it slightly less far? I think I do. Shit. But now in order to keep this balanced, I need another thing. I guess I'll just put this here and I need one more good thing to squeeze in to keep this balanced better. Elasticsearch isn't a common enough thing. You use Mongo and Go? Oh God, Aiden, you've scared me. So I only want to talk about things people could actually ship. EdgeDB is not like something I would ship yet. Very new. Oh, somebody made a funny one. I think WordPress has something built in. There we go. We're balanced again. There we go. I think I can tweet this as is. Copy as PNG. Oh no, I have it with the copy with transparency on, I think. And I want to include the background, clipboard it. Do I need to label this or do I just post it as is? I think I'm just going to post it as is. I'm going to do my little trick in Excalidraw where I make the picture a square. So I'll put a title, which will help. Database spectrum. Left is caring a lot. Right doesn't care at all. No, I don't want to label it. I'm just going to put the title of database spectrum. Nice and large. And now for my favorite trick in Excalidraw, put a dot. Oh, that's way too big. I'm going to make the size of that way smaller. Put a dot there and there. Could even change the color, and it doesn't really matter. Oh, I know what I could do in case people, I'll pretend I'm adding this in case people steal it, but I'm really adding it just to make the photo bigger. Made live on stream by @t3.gg. Perfect. And now we should get a much better Twitter preview because I changed the aspect ratio. Perfect. Go blow this one up, nerds. We need another diagram to go viral. It's been a few weeks. How do we feel about this in terms of like a framing? Do we agree thus far that this is like the spectrum of how much people care? I haven't gotten into how we actually make a decision yet, but I think this helps like where these solutions fall in terms of how much you need to know and how much and who is picking these different solutions. Planet scale's to the left of Railway because technically speaking, it's a lot more. I'm 50-50 on switching these two, honestly. It's the thing is like planet scale. This is meant to be like left is people who care too much and right is people who don't care as much. Railway is the solution for people who care enough to want the SQL standard, but they don't care enough to spin up like Postgres or do things right infinite scalability with planet scale. Like the way I'm thinking about it is I start somewhere to the right and I move down the spectrum as the app grows. So I could see myself starting on Railway as like the initial DB, and as the app grows and like the scale we're working at gets bigger, I can move to planet scale at that point. Prisma doesn't fit into this. For the person who asked, Prisma is a way to connect to any solution from here down, but it is not a method to actually define your database itself. Like Prisma is not a standard for defining deep data. Prisma is a method to connect to an existing database. Sankdoki, no, with Railway. Let's get a DB URL with Railway quick. Dev.new, provision Postgres. How about calling PlanetScale Vitesse? That's honestly probably a good point. Yeah, Vitesse probably would have been a better thing to have said there, now that you mentioned that. Good call. Yeah, Railway lets you publicly expose your DB. You're like supposed to. Here is my connection URL and my connection command. They are right here, auto hidden. I can copy it. I now have a Postgres DB I can go use in dev or even in production. Yeah, you can use things internally, like you can cluster your like Railway app with your Railway like server inside of Railway and have them connect in no external connection method. As far as I know, I don't do that. I don't care. I just connect using the credentials that are exposed here. Railway is the quickest way to just throw up a Postgres instance like immediately. Somebody said swap Mongo and Supabase. Are you joking? I want to push Mongo further that way. You shouldn't use Mongo. Like, unless you have a very specific need. Do I go on a separate like Mongo tangent? Please don't use Mongo unless you have a very specific reason. Cool. So let's talk about Mongo. Mongo, zoom in a bit, make this a little more readable. Come on, keyboard. There you go. Mongo is a document store. It is glorified JSON. JSON isn't bad. I want to be very clear about that. This isn't JSON is terrible and that's why Mongo is bad. It's JSON is a structure that represents your data. Data is more complex than blobs and documents. If you have arbitrary JSON blobs that have no relationship to each other, and you want to store those in Mongo, go nuts. That's fine. But almost every problem has relationships. I'm going to write that one out here. Almost every data problem has relations of some form. There are so few exceptions to this, and believe me, I wish that wasn't true. I genuinely do. But every time I am deep in a code base, especially ones that adopted Mongo, most of the problems we end up seeing are weird selection patterns that have to be developed because there are different tables and different document types that represent different things without relationships between them. So if we have a user object in DB, we have a user. User has some properties. It has ID. It has name. And it has comments. Comments are all the comments this user has left. Oh shit. So how do we like store comments in here if it's a document? Well, if we want to store it in here, we can expand this and have comments be a subtable in here that's like segmented off. We have like comment 1, 2, 3. But then comments can have reactions. Okay. So now we want to break these out even longer. And now, God, I'm just going to do 2 comments because 3 is going to be so annoying to manage. So comments now in here have whatever subfield exists within it. So we'll draw this split. And each comment now has reactions. But each reaction that exists has a user ID for who reacted. So how do we get those user IDs? We end up firing another query back to user to fetch all of the same data again. It sucks. How does this work in a relational model? I wish I had made a clone of this earlier. I'm going to yoink all of these things out of the way. So we have all of this here in our model. And we might have a second model, comment. And a comment has an ID of its own, a user ID, and maybe body or content, we'll call it. And we'll also give it reactions to keep it consistent with the last example. Reactions. So now I can link comments here, and this link goes both ways. I wish there was an easier way to do a two-sided arrow. I think that there is, I just don't know it. But these are like intrinsically related now. There's a link between, I should actually link this to user ID, which will point there. And then comment points to the IDs here. So now we have a relationship where user has comments, and we can now select all of the comments a user has via a foreign key. And the comment has a user ID, which is the foreign key that identifies which user this comment is linked to. We now have the ability to define this relationship. So now if we want another thing later on, let's say when we first build the app, comments don't have reactions. They just have the ID, the user, and content. But then we get a new PM, and that new PM really wants reactions where you can react with a smiley face, a different emoji, multiple people can react in different ways, and we sort them and do all this crazy shit with it. Now we can create a new table that's very similar. That is reactions. And reactions are probably going to have pretty similar contents where it has an ID, but it also has a comment ID, which is a foreign key that links this reaction to that comment, and an emote. It probably also has a user ID, so it can link back to user. And then the emote, which is like the actual content of this thing. So now we can link this user ID all the way back to the user table. And now user knows all of the things it's reacted to as well. You don't have to label that in there, but it does exist. And we can link back the comment ID here too. Now this diagram isn't the prettiest, but the goal here, the thing I'm trying to represent, is that when you add additional things, you can define relationships between them that make it easier to add and remove things and not have to just keep expanding your data model and running huge migrations and changes on top of your data. With something that is a document instead of a set of relationships, you now have to either think of all the potential relations ahead of time when you initially start the document, or you have to eat the insane cost of the chaotic migration experience in Mongo, or, and it's what I'm seeing the most, you just don't bother. You make these new tables, but there are no links between them, and then you just do that all in user land. It sucks. It sucks really hard. If you have problems that are never going to look like this, like let's say you're building a log system and you're literally just saving a log, like you want the text content of a log someone sent, and that's it, then go do that in Mongo. It's a good solution for that, to just write endless shit. Go nuts. But it's not the best solution once relationships start getting involved. An interesting article I read recently was actually discussing no relationship SQL, because joins are, I don't want to say they're slow, because joins are very fast, but once you get to the scale of like Amazon, very fast isn't fast enough. You want linear lookup time always. At that point, you can use something like Dynamo with one table, and you basically turned DynamoDB into Mongo, but way, 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 way faster. A more general way of thinking about this is, I need more space for this. So to go back to here, where we have the different types of databases, I want to ignore GraphDB for a bit. So pretend that's not there. We're going to talk about the other three: SQL, Document, and KV Store. So I'm going to draw a circle here. This circle is a KV store. This is all of the functionality that a KV store can possibly provide exists within this circle. Here's another circle. This circle is a document DB. This is something like Mongo. All of the stuff a KV store can do, a document store can do. Slower, but it can do it. SQL database can do everything a document store can do. I will be very clear about this. You can have a single table in your Postgres database with a single field that is a JSON blob and treat Postgres just like Mongo. You have that option. It is a thing you can go do. I don't necessarily recommend it, but honestly, it's pretty powerful to start with a relational SQL database without the relations and then add those in the future as you need them. But I find a lot of people don't think about things this way, which is a little confusing to me because KV is a subset of database like functionality. Document DBs are a superset of KV, but a subset of like relational SQL type databases. I'll say relational/SQL DB. And then relational DBs are additional functionality on top. So depending on the types of problems you run into or the thing that you're building this for, like if you want a cache that you look up a URL and it gives you back the HTML content for that URL, a KV store like a Redis or a worker KV is probably the best solution because you want the fastest possible. You look something up and you get it back immediately and you don't care about the shape or the relations. KVs can be faster for that specifically. But if you're looking at something like worker KV or like Redis for the developer experience or for the method of defining your data, if you don't have the specific performance needs that worker KV and other KV solutions solve, don't use them because you're going to run into other problems that something like a document DB can handle better. Now let's talk about document DBs like Mongo. It's going to be way slower than a worker KV or like other KV stores and a little more limited in terms of it's more limited than like a relational DB, but you still have a bunch of functionality like normalizations, lookups by subkeys, other things that make a document DB viable. But those things don't solve the higher level data architecture problem of I have these two different things that have a relationship between them. We need to define those relationships. And that's when relational DBs become the solution. So when I make a decision about a data solution, I usually start from the top here in relational DB land and ask, okay, this solves everything. Can I trim down? Is it possible for the problems that we're building to have no relations and to not need lookups that are crazy? And if so, can we go all the way down to a KV? Can we have the simple base tier solution? And if not, why do we need to move out? And what I find is in the vast majority of projects, you will eventually have something that resembles a relationship, at which point a relational DB makes sense. Generally speaking, MongoDB does not make sense for applications because applications tend to have relationships. There are a lot of other types of tools and things that document data stores make sense for. Applications is definitely not one of them. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying document DBs are a subset of relational DBs. I'm saying that the functionality they provide is a subset of relational DBs. The capability of the data architecture I can create using a document DB. There is nothing I can create via a document database that I can't do via Postgres, via JSON blobs. That's the difference here. It's not that document DBs are a chunk of SQL. That's not what I'm saying here at all. You have to go out of your way to misinterpret my words to think that. What I am very specifically saying is that the functionality provided by document databases is similar to that of what you get from JSON blobs in SQL, so much so that everything you can do in a document database can be done in relational DBs as well. Anyways, what else did I want to complain about? Is it time for the Firestore rant? Might be time for the Firestore rant. Please don't use Firestore. This guy's going to need its own whole section. Firestore is another one of those important technologies. It challenged the way we think about databases in a really important way. Before Firestore, databases were a thing that your server wrote and read to, and everything between the server and the client was your problem as a dev. Firestore challenged that norm by asking a couple questions that no other providers did at the time. The unique things that Firestore asked was, what if the client can define the request, the things it needs, without a server involved? And what if the client updated automatically when the database's content changed? One of these questions was a good question to ask. I think that the second question here of what if the client updates when the database content changes is a very interesting question that solves a bunch of very real problems. However, the first question is a disaster waiting to happen. Almost always. Ollie, quick correction. Firestore is not Firebase. Firebase is the superset of other tools and things that Firebase provides that Google has, like for their auth and all those other things. Firestore is just their data solution and the method to access and work with it. I have been convinced by some friends at Google that there probably are other things in Firebase that might be of value sometimes, but I cannot get a Google employee to sit down with me and defend Firestore right now. Firestore is a shit show. So, why? How do I properly describe? There are a lot of technologies that, how do I put it? There's a lot of different technologies that served a very important role of handling, or of proving out a new developer experience and workflow that brought a lot of value. Things like Angular, proving that building applications in the browser with like well thought out pieces is valuable. Things like React, proving components are a really strong architecture and way of defining things. Tech like Jest, showing us ways to do unit tests. Tech like, do I even bring up Enzyme? Yeah, Enzyme's dead for good reasons. It showed us that tests are possible, but how they can feel like shit. But it showed a lot of the benefits. Like these technologies, even if a handful of them are not things you should ship today, all proved out concepts that as a community we have learned a lot from. Sadly, when those things happen, because of how strong of a proof they demonstrate, they tend to stick around for longer than they should because they blew up somebody's brain showing them, here's how the future can work. They buy into it really early. And then when we actually get to that future, they're not willing to move off it. And I think that's where we're at now with Firestore. So, what went wrong? There's a few different parts here that I want to go more in depth on. We're going to start with what's changed outside of Firestore. So, things have changed. There are better options for the live part. Supabase is the big one. We're also seeing new providers like Cloudflare's Durable Object to an extent. I know Convex is a newer one that I was chatting with at an event recently. What are some others? There's a handful of people that are doing this now, and also interesting partnerships starting to happen. I would expect Prisma to include a WebSocket for syncing of some form. I don't know if Convex is worth it. I had interesting interactions when I talked with the team, but it's a very interesting new solution that I'm seeing more and more of. So what went wrong? There are better options for the live part. Google bought them, and things have stagnated. And honestly, I think the biggest thing is we pendulum swung back to SQL. For a little bit, we as like a community weren't sure if we liked SQL still or not. And I think we have now accepted that SQL is good and we should probably use it for things. Firestore did not believe in SQL at the time. I think that was where we're going to get into like the two bigger issues with this first part. SQL is good and standards are good. And also, very importantly, servers are good too. So things have changed. We'll make these next sections. Servers are good. I guess that I can keep this all in one text block. It'll make my life easier. Servers are good, actually. And I'll fill that out in a second. And SQL is pretty nice. So what do I mean when I say servers are good? I mean that we should, or developers can and should think about the shape of data separate from their databases. The things users request should be different from the way things are stored in DB. And I think I'll start with these two parts. I guess I'll have permissions. GL have fun, or good luck have fun on client. So when you use something like Supabase or like Firebase, and you use their client for Firestore in your iPhone app or your website, you don't have a server that is hitting the database, finding the right fields, and giving them to you. You are using whatever Firestore already wrote to access and change things. So if I have an app where on the homepage, I'm fetching the top 50 tweets, and then once you get to the end, I scroll and fetch more. There is no batching in the Firestore client by default. So there are a lot of apps that are using Firebase that are trying to use the Firebase client because they don't want to build a backend, that have to fetch thousands of rows of data just to show you the homepage, because people commit to not having their own backend, not handling the different shapes of data and ways that clients might consume things differently from how Firebase prescribed you access Firestore. It's hellish. There is no solution that will auto-magically give you every unique API your clients need. And the only way to consistently build the APIs your client needs is to build them. I want to make the cost of defining the right API cheaper. I don't want to erase the API entirely. And solutions like Hasura, solutions like Fauna, solutions like Firestore are largely betting on this idea that you don't need a server. We are your server. Configure some things in our weird UI, handle permissions through a YAML file in there, and now you'll get absurd errors on the client when you do the wrong thing. It's a shit show. And what you end up finding is, much like SQL, there are things you have to learn and understand a bit of, but unlike SQL, those things aren't standards. You have to learn all about Google's unique opinions around configuring permissions, or Hasura's weird way of architecting data so that the right user can write over it, but not certain other users. What you end up finding is, even if you do adopt one of these solutions, you either realize you need a server, so you build the server, or you ignore that you need a server and you do very, very suboptimal and often even insecure things in order to make the app fucking work. The reason Firebase succeeded, very specifically, and I'm not even saying Firestore, Firebase as a whole, succeeded because backend was too hard. And it was. Backend was way too hard. We fixed that. That problem is gone now. I don't want to say backend is easy, but backend is easy enough now that this shit doesn't make sense anymore. I think that we reached too far because backend was hard. So we don't want any more. I'm building an iPhone app. I shouldn't have to build a server. I'll let Firestore handle all that. It sounded good at the time. But we did get good pieces. There are things in here we can steal that bring a lot of value. Sorry, my trackpad is freezing. There we go. The automatic updates thing in particular. We're seeing other solutions realize that there's value here. I even have a diagram I did a few days ago. I think it was... No, it wasn't this one. It was the real-time one. I need to name these to make my life easier. This looks close. That's some mocks for ping stuff. It's more mocks for ping stuff. More mocks for ping stuff. Mocks for presentation. Okay, we're getting close. Maybe we're not getting close. Okay, I can't find it here, so I'm just going to find my tweets instead. Here we go. WebSockets are a way to trigger updates without having to pull or request data. I think that what Firebase or Firestore specifically was doing in terms of using WebSockets to synchronize the client with the database was very interesting. And we're starting to see more solutions take advantage of that. Convex was very proud to say they're the thing in the middle here, the question mark, but their event system kind of sucks. So they really are just live data sync and DB sync right now. And even then, I talked to them about their live sync, and it seems like their philosophy is still just put it in database, which I don't like. I am genuinely really into how we're starting to think about database sync as a unique problem. And I do credit Firestore for forcing that conversation, for getting us to think more about what is the relationship between our database and our client, and how do we keep these things in sync in a meaningful way. I'm going to rename this one to database rant so I don't forget about it in the future. Cool. So I'll do a quick, what did we learn here? SQL works great for most things. There are real DX wins happening all over. Please reconsider Mongo. Please don't use Firestore. And servers, APIs are good, actually. Cool. I'm happy with that. I hope that this can help people make better database decisions. Please use something that's a standard if you can, and if you can't, make sure you have a very good reason for why. Please reconsider. Or how? Yeah, you're right that this sounds like an endorsement. I should word this better. Please be careful if choosing MongoDB. I don't have much to say about GraphDBs. They're too new, and I don't. Yeah, it's too early for Edge DBs. Everything I talked about here, I would even Firestore, I would somewhat confidently ship in production. It's been around long enough, and enough people are building on it. None of the GraphDB providers are standardized enough and old enough for me to trust. Yeah. I like Humanoid's point. If you think you need a GraphDB, you probably don't need a GraphDB. Candlekin asked, would I put DynamoDB and Mongo in the same bucket? No. I mentioned this earlier. If DynamoDB is the right solution for your problem, you're probably not watching my streams because you're a database person. They're smarter than me. Y'all, like, if you're using Dynamo, you probably have a reason for it, and that reason's probably good. If you're using Mongo, you probably don't have a reason for it. Generally speaking, from my experience, like the people who I see using Dynamo have a good reason for it and somebody who knows what they're doing. The people who are using Mongo just shrugged and picked Mongo, and now they're stuck with it. I saw that Ollie mentioned that the thing that Firebase and Firestore enable are small teams to be more effective. What does Firestore enable for small teams to be more effective that Supabase doesn't? Would be my challenge. I don't think there's anything anymore. And I think that's the issue with Firebase is at the time, their choice to not give you a real server or real ways to work with a server were slightly better and let you move slightly faster. But now we have better solutions that let you move even faster than that. And there's nothing that I can do on Firebase as a whole that I can't do faster with Supabase plus Next.js plus Vercel. Supabase is kind of new, but it's open source. I don't think Supabase is just one alternative. I think Supabase de-risks Firestore like significantly. So actually, I'll go in a bit on this. Firestore risks. I'll even change this to Firebase risks. So these are the risks you're taking when you consume Firebase. Insane potential cost scaling. Firebase's pricing gets awful fast, like aggressively awful, aggressively quick. Somebody mentioned Google Graveyard. I don't even know if it's like fair to call that out, but I want to. Google's good about not killing their DevTool stuff, so I'm not going to put that in. I think it's a tiny bit unfair. Offboarding hell. Specifically, both client and server are proprietary. What are the Firebase risks? Security, platform specific security. If you don't deeply understand Firebase's way of doing things, you're fucked. Yeah. Type safety, LOL. Not modular at all. So each piece is locked in hard. Cool. So these are the risks that are inherent to using Firebase. Ollie, we can talk offline about the Fireship stuff. As for Firebase specifically, these are huge risks to take. The cost scaling is miserable, specifically because you can't move off piecemeal. If I pick Supabase, for example, and I decide that Supabase's client kind of sucks, which I've decided Supabase's client kind of sucks, and I want to use Prisma, I can, because Supabase is built on top of a standard. Supabase is Postgres underneath. So Supabase is way more modular because the pieces are built on top of open source stuff. Supabase has a much happier offboarding story as a result of that because you can switch out specific pieces. It also has a self-hosting story because it's open source and you can run it on your own infra if you need, or you have specific requirements where you need to run things on certain boxes in certain ways for like any of many safety or things like compliance rules, bullshit like that. And it's all open source. So if you have problems, you can theoretically fix them in the open source stuff and upscale all of that. And all of that said, Subabase's pricing is also much, much fairer. So the only reason to use Firebase right now is you're already using it and the cost is sunk and it's too late to move off it. I do not want to create more victims of Firebase's inability to move off. Firebase is lock-in the platform. And I do not want to encourage lock-in for my audience. Yeah. There's a case for Firebase for mobile push messaging. Not if you own your own server. It's pretty easy to do push notifications hosting your own server nowadays. Expo has fucking SDKs for it now. Expo notifications. Do they actually have like the method for sending them? Yeah, here. Expo's push notification service. Here you go. You push to the back end. You can go through Firebase Cloud Messaging. I guess it might even do that by default, which is funny. Does it actually use Firebase under the hood for their notifications? So what is Expo? Somebody asked. Oh, man. I love Expo. I interviewed one of the founders of Expo not too long ago. If you go to my VODs on my channel, there's an interview with Charlie Cheever from the Expo guys. Expo is to React Native kind of what Next.js is to React, where it's the easiest way to spin up, build, maintain, and distribute a real React Native application. The difference being it's a lot easier to use React without Next.js than it is to use React Native without Expo. It sucks to use React Native without Expo right now. Yeah, if you want to use React Native, Expo is the way to do it for sure. That's the main thing Expo provides. It's like the ecosystem, the tools, the deployment. Like the Expo is the Vercel and the Next.js of React Native. Yeah, so they have a push notification system where you don't have to think too much about it. Do they even have like examples in here? Yeah, you curl Expo host. In here you put the name of your like app and your identifier. Push send. You give it the token, and you give it the title, and you give it the body, and now that push notification pops up for that user. It's really nice. And now I don't have to worry about this thing anymore. Is it cool that Firebase has every potential use case for a database that they've ever thought of built in? Sure. They still don't have pagination. They still don't have a lot of the shit I need to run my company. And do you know what it does? SQL. It doesn't have the things my client needs, but has all the things my database needs. And the things it doesn't have, I could spin up a Lambda function and handle myself. And that's what I do. The problem that both Firebase and T3 Stack solve the problem of certain parts of building apps is hard. Firebase solves that problem by building solutions to half of them. T3 Stack solves that problem by making it as easy as possible for you to solve each individual problem yourself. I, for one, think developers are good at their jobs overall, and they can build things. It's their job to. I appreciate efforts to standardize the things that people keep rebuilding. Things like a notification service that is compatible with both Android and iOS. And I do genuinely appreciate Expo for building this, so I don't have to build my own notification service that hits a bunch of different things for me. But this is the abstraction that lets me as a developer solve all of the potential problems my users have around notifications rather than Firestore and Firebase's prescribed subset of those solutions. And if this doesn't do what I need, it's all open source. And more importantly, I'm friends with a bunch of the people at Expo, and if it doesn't do what I need it to, I bug them and they deal with it. Even if you're not friends with the Expo guys, they're incredibly pleasant to work with. They jump on top of things eagerly. They're always down for a conversation. Is there a future where Expo gets too big and it feels a lot like Firebase? Sure, probably. They'd have to close their source 4 years ago, though. And they'd have to entirely exit out of the community. There's a lot of like de-risking that you need to do here. This might even be its own separate rant. Actually. But Theo, don't you love Bleeding Edge? Yes, but your database is the wrong place to bleed. I love making bleeding edge bets on all sorts of fun new things, but I have to de-risk when I make those bets. I need to be certain when I'm betting on some crazy new thing that crazy new thing isn't going to cause all of my users' data to vanish. If it's going to break the web app for a tiny bit and I need to go fix it or roll back, that's fine. But you can't roll back your database from one provider to another. And if you pick Firebase, you're never rolling back anything again. You're in. Your database, in particular, should not be the thing where you're taking the crazy risks. Your database is a phenomenal place to do things nice and safe, and then you build crazy shit on top. And there are somewhat bleeding edge things I like in the database space. Things like PlanetScale. They're a new company that's pretty bleeding edge, but they're building on the oldest and most boring possible shit. PlanetScale is MySQL only. They don't even support Postgres. And they're built on top of Vitess, which is an open source MySQL scaling technology. So I, as the developer, know what they're using and understand those technical choices. And I know, most importantly, that the thing on top and the thing it runs on are both standards. It's MySQL that we connect with, and it is like Vitess, the open source project that it runs on top of. If I ever had a problem with PlanetScale, I can host it myself. I can MySQL dump off it and move on because it's a standard. If Firebase ends up being the wrong call, I'm just fucked. I don't know how many of the questions we're getting, like the FaunaDB, the cockroach, and the RDS questions are people who got here late. We've covered most of those things. I didn't touch RDS because I basically put under the same thing as like EC2. I should probably update. Where's my spectrum? I'd say that like Postgres on RDS would be between Railway and PlanetScale, arguably, but still a little heavy for the things I'm talking about and that I'm trying to recommend. Yeah, if you missed the first 2 hours, I'm not answering questions I answered 2 hours ago. I could do one more sub rant, and I guess this is kind of, it's a combination of the bleeding edge and the Firestore rant. This one more piece is standards are good, man. Like, SQL is dope. Their SQL is old, fast, and pretty good. Since SQL is a lasting open standard, it gives us as developers the ability to use old tools on it, build new tools on it, try old providers, try new providers, host our own shit. Like, you can do whatever. Proprietary, infra, client, database combos are a massive risk with little benefit. I don't want to subtext. Hasura and Fauna are bad ideas. I want to be very no bullshit about this. If anybody in this community bets on Hasura or Fauna DB, I have failed as a teacher and I am disappointed. Hasura and Fauna DB assume that the database, the API, the permission system, the infrastructure, and the connection method are not only the same problem, but can be solved at the same time in one place as though they are all the same problem. It is a black box that you have no access to the pieces of. So if I build a spectrum here, on one side we have the database. Actually, this isn't even a spectrum. We have a box that is the database. And on the other side here, we have a box that is the user. When we do something with SQL, oh, that's so good. They have it. They have the emoji in the font. I love that so much. So the database will have a server. You own this. In between. So a user makes a request. It goes to the server. The server goes to the DB to get the data. The DB returns the data to the server. And then the server returns that data to the user. This is fine. Especially if the server and the database are in the same warehouse and the server is already connected to the database. These things are very, very close to each other. And if I'm going to break this down here, if let's say the database that we picked here is MySQL, then in here we might have layers. We might have, I'll say this is MySQL on planet scale. So MySQL on planet scale has layers to it. There's a layer of MySQL query. So this is like the query layer. And then below that is Vitesse, which is how they actually host the MySQL and make it so performant. And then below here is some infra. I don't know what the infra is. I don't care. I'm pretty sure it's based on Amazon, AWS. Not positive. I don't give a shit though, because I'm hitting this query layer on top. So if I was to be more accurate, these arrows are just hitting this top part. And then planet scale handles the rest. The catch here is, if I wanted to move off of off of planet scale for any given reason, I can. Compress that down to just that guy. I could then host Vitesse on top of some infra myself. Build a new box here. Show you all the selected. Separate this out a little bit, just to make it a little clearer. Query layer. And then this part here will say our centralized infra. And because the query layer is a standard, I can separate this in this way and no user will ever notice. We can entirely move off of planet scale for something else without changing any of these blocks. This is not some infra now, this is our infra. But we're able to make these types of separations, break these parts out and put them wherever we want because all the parts are standards that we have access to. So let's go back up to here and we're going to do the fauna Firebase or Hasura way. So the first thing you need to do is delete the server. There is no server here. There is just the database and the user. If only things stayed this simple. Problem is, on the user side, we do have an abstraction. But it isn't an abstraction that is represented via infra. It's an abstraction that's represented via an SDK. I'm going to give this a circle. Proprietary client SDK. So this proprietary client SDK is what we use in the user land. It would actually probably be a bit more sensical to put this within the user box. Come on, let me select everything. So now there's a proprietary client SDK that we use to connect directly to the database that responds directly to here. So what is the database, though? Instead of what will be on top here, because this isn't going to be SQL, because it's Fauna, Firebase, or Hasura, proprietary query language. I'm going to have to make this box way bigger to handle all the weird bullshit going on inside of it. So we have the proprietary query language within. We have proprietary data store. To make this way bigger this way. So make sure these arrows point here because that's where they're actually going. So some things aren't as insanely proprietary on this part, like Hasura is GraphQL on the top here. But the GraphQL isn't a shape that you defined. The GraphQL is directly tied to how the proprietary data store has things shaped within it. All of this exists in a config inside of your, like, whatever of these providers you're using. So this is database, server, hybrid, you don't own and can't leave. I really like how Alex, the TRPC dev, explained specifically Hasura. It makes the easy problems slightly easier, and it makes the hard problems nigh impossible. It makes life rough. And I'm not just saying that to say it. I'm saying, like, once you get into weird permission systems, once you get into any of the hard problems that we as developers solve every day, Firebase and Hasura, they get in your way. They don't solve the problems. And if you have those problems, you have to hope that these providers built a good enough way for you to go use and understand and buy into really heavily. Neo4j, this isn't the case for, because Neo4j is an open source thing you can go host to yourself. In fact, I think you have to. EdgeDB is similar, where you couldn't use, I don't even know if their cloud platform is publicly available yet, but a lot of those things are open source standards where you have to self-host, or at the very least have the option to self-host. The problem here isn't that, like, whatever the technology that is Fauna and Fauna's query language is inherently toxic and bad. It's you have no ownership of the server where your stuff's actually resolved. When a user asks for their friends, so if I'm a user and I say, I want my friends, you have to hope that this has the right way to fetch your friends. And let's say for whatever reason, your system is secure in a way where you want a user to have access to their friends and nobody else's. You better fucking hope that whichever solution you picked here has an easy way to restrict a subset of a user object from other users with a good relational model where you can fetch those other users underneath them with some type of security method on top. The amount you have to buy into here is at every layer. You either have to use the client SDK or you have to do some crazy custom HTTP requests. You have to use their host, period. You can't get out of that. You have to use their data store and their infra as well. You have to use their configuration, their permissions, their everything once you've bought in. Whereas with a solution here, let's go back to the user fetching their friends example. A user could make the request, get my friends. And the server will check that request. It will check the authentication to figure out which user you are. The request itself doesn't say which user to get the things for. It literally just says, get my friends. And the server uses the cookie to figure out who you are and return your friends. Now, without that cookie, without that authorization, you cannot get that data because there's no other method to get here. Whereas in the Fauna land, in the Hasura way, the client is describing exactly what it needs so the server can give it back. Because you don't own the server, you don't have the ability to infer anything, you don't have the ability to permit or block anything. You've given up all ownership of the relationship between your data and your client. And there is a relationship there. Similar to how I was saying most databases need relations at some point, most data client architectures need a relationship at some point. Fauna's great if you don't care about the shape of your data, never have to care about the shape of your data, don't care about the permissions of your data, and never have to care about the permissions of your data. Chances are you have to do at least one of those four things. Honestly, chances are you have to do all four. You could just run FQL on a Lambda with your own API. Have you ever seen someone do that? Let's see if Fauna recommends that type of thing anywhere in their docs. I am genuinely curious because I know you can run any client anywhere, but I think that's absolute fucking bullshit. Is there docs somewhere? I have a getting started or something in here. Quick start. None of these seem like they're going to be hosted by you. Let's see if the GraphQL one is. Create a GraphQL database. No. Okay, so all the examples here are how you use Fauna as your server and then connect to that from your client. Developing with FQL. Cool. Here's what we're going to do. Python is a pretty popular programming language for servers. We can agree on that, right? Can we agree on that? Python is a language people use for servers. This package here is open source. If this package has less than 50 stars, I am not entertaining that people use Fauna on servers. If this package has over 100 stars, I'll eat my shit. I was wrong. And if it's between 50 and 100, not valuable. Let's see. Fuck! Y'all can't see it because of my camera being in the way. What's the easiest way to unfull screen? It's 114 stars. Literally right on the goddamn line. Fine. I guess some people use fauna on the server. I will take the L. There are people who do this, I guess. I don't recommend it, but there are people who do it. It's not a lot of people, but it's enough people. I want to be clear. Like this wasn't this isn't about not many people use it. It does anybody actually use this thing? And there's a number of people who cared enough to hit the star button. There's 182 who hit it for FaunaDB Go. I think they've been conned. FaunaDB.js is the one that works in the client too. That makes sense. It's also not TypeScript, which is painful. Yep, this driver supports Chrome, etc. This is the one that works on the client. Yeah, what are the weekly downloads? We can't really check that for something that isn't JS. There isn't an easy enough way to see how many downloads something gets on PNPM. Yeah. I don't see it. Fauna feels like someone saw the opportunity that was represented by Prisma's success, and they wanted to wipe out everything below it so that you would get bought in and stuck. And I get that, but I don't think it makes sense. Yeah, this was a long rant. I did not know I had this much to talk about with databases. Yeah. It looks like you can use Fauna on a backend, and God forbid there are actually people who do it. Yeah. Yeah. So where did I have the what did we learn here? Yeah, this all lines up. SQL is great. Use it if you can. There are real DX wins coming from a lot of these different things. Even Fauna has some. Please be careful if you choose Mongo. Please don't use Firestore or things like this without very good reason. And I don't think those reasons exist. And servers and APIs are a good thing, and you should probably build them now that they are so easy to build. If you're just joining, rewind. I'm sorry, but we're so off topic. I can't keep retreading ground. FaunaDB stats on PyPy. Let's see. 15K downloads in the past month. People are using it. I don't like it, but they are. I don't think it's fair to just write it off as bots in CI/CD, Jake. You can do the same thing with other projects too. I will say one of the few you can't write off is Create T3 app, because you only install Create T3 app when you use it and then never again. Unlike other packages on NPM, where every time you push your code, it npm installs all of the packages and has to fetch all of those again. Yeah. Ryan just mentioned a paid ad, and that reminds me I should run an ad. So I'm going to run an ad right now. If you're seeing an ad, it's because you're not subscribed. Everyone else is seeing an ad, so you're not hearing me talk anyways. But the people who are here and can see me, thank you for subscribing or using an ad block. I would prefer if you subscribe rather than the ad blocks. The subscribe pays me and the ad block doesn't, but yeah, would appreciate it. Is this going to be on YouTube? Yeah, and the stream's on YouTube too. You can go watch the VOD now, and I'll probably make an edit of this in the future. That's why I go on the rants that I go on here. YouTube outro time. Yeah. I hope you learned something about databases here. They kind of suck, but they don't suck that bad. The problem that I see causing people to reach for substandard and less than ideal solutions is usually not that databases are hard, it's that servers are hard. So if you find yourself reaching for things like Hasura and Fauna, or still leaning on things like Mongo and Worker KV really heavily, take a step back and think, why? Why am I picking these solutions that skip the server? And what problems am I going to run into in the future? I highly recommend owning a server of some form, be it a Lambda through Next.js, an Express app, a Golang or Python, whatever instance that connects to your database, handles permissions and data shapes and APIs and all the things you might need to do with that data. Because the relationship between your database and your client is inherently somewhat complex. And pretending that it isn't, and that there's a piece in the middle that isn't necessary, is going to cause constant pain. If you take anything from me here, please let it be this. Put a server between your data and your client of some form. It will help you a lot. Thank you. Shout out to Adez if he edited this. Shout out to me if he didn't. Not sure who it will be just yet because he's on vacation and I'm really busy. Make some cool stuff. Make sure you subscribe because way less than half of you have subscribed and we need to raise that number. We're only at like a little under 40K subs. We should be at 100 right now based on the viewership. Hit that sub button. Cool. Now I have my outro. Hopefully that one will work well. What do we talk about now? We need to pick our next thing. The Theo diagrams, I don't know how good those would look on t-shirts. Let me open up chat quick. The passwords thing's one of the rants. I can do a new vote about our other options. I don't know if the diagrams would be a great thing. If we do shirts, we should make sure we only use the Excalibur font for them, for sure. We should definitely do like a shirt in Excalibur, not of an existing diagram, but like, oh, I know. Let's do a quick shirt mock. I'm going to name this merch ideas. Yeah, I'm struggling to come up with words for them. Yeah, I have a concept. I'm just gonna this is like a V0 sketch of what I'm thinking. Good ideas. The only problem, and I know this from previous shirts I've designed, Venn diagrams on shirts usually just look like you're circling their tits. Very unfortunate problem that I run into a little too often. Perfect. I guess you could ping reference in. Yeah, good idea. Would people buy this if I put this on a shirt? I feel like we're getting to something here. I want to simplify it further. Does this mean my stream is half bad? It means it's bad at least half the time. Sticker. Ooh, yeah, stickers. Stickers are a way better idea. I need more branding. I need to like have a logo that isn't the cringy T3 I threw together in Figma a year ago. Ooh. This is my next. I think of this either as a shirt or a mug. I like this. I like the to do tests. One more similar concept. I can put these next to each other. Button. My real motto, and I need to embrace this more. Rant time. Oh, yeah, rant time would be good too. I'm going to put catch phrases as like a thing here. And we should keep up with like trying to find the best ones. We have a bunch like banger alert, rant time, build shit, build safety nets. Oh, I like 0% coverage. I really like 0% coverage, actually. Shit. That might be my new favorite. Oh. Yeah, I think a mug that says 0% coverage is high on the list right now. I hate this so much. It's something I say a lot. Yeah, that's a good one. Ooh, is this type safe? I like that because we could have like, let's draw a mug. Y'all can see my very talented art ability. Is this mug type safe? Just is this type safe? Fine. I really like 0% coverage for a mug. I really like 0% coverage. I would use this mug. Not gonna lie. Of the ideas, this is the one that I would like rock. Yeah, I think this is the one. I think we have decided 0% coverage mug is going to be the first piece of merch. Who is the person who came up with that again? Because I need to make sure I shout you out appropriately. Jory, thank you for this idea. Wait, was it Jory? Was it the first one to say it? Yes, I think. Yes, thank you, Jory. Huge credit for giving me this wonderful idea that I'm absolutely stealing. Ironic merch with things I hate. Ugh. What if we made like a Firebase shirt using Comic Sans and like a crudely drawn Firebase logo? There are ideas here for sure. Wait, Tavin, you might have been the one who said it first, actually. Let me check message history. Yeah, Tavin, you're the one who said it first. Credit to Tavin. Yeah, okay, 1618 was the first time Jory said it. And Tavin said it at 1619. Fuck, it was actually Jory. They both said it like roughly the same time. It was within seconds. But yeah, Tavin and Jory, y'all can fight it out. We'll call it a tie. Thank you both for contributing a fantastic merch idea. Ooh, fire-based would be really funny. Firebase with the burning dumpster. Oh, thank you for the raid time enjoyed. Really appreciate it. Sorry we're just sitting here coming up with merch ideas. Pretty lame time to join. I do appreciate you for showing up and bringing your audience here. We'll probably do another fun dev rant coming up. Don't know what y'all tend to do, but I appreciate y'all for coming here. Hopefully you guys are into code stuff. A Theo storybook. Oh no. The word storybook's forever ruined for me. Ooh, I have a bad one. Gonna steal this template. Perfect. I like this idea. Wait, Firebase is so good no, though? Rewind a bit. I got some bad news, bud. Go back to the database rants. Firebase is a huge risk to consume. Firebase takes a lot of ownership away from you as a developer. Fireship is a mistake at this point in time. Please don't. Please don't. Did I misspeak and say Fireship instead of Firebase? My bad. Firebase is a mistake. Fireship's fine. Good, bad. Yeah. Think it's time. I might have read someone's message and read it incorrectly. That happens a lot. Also, when I'm reading, my brain just farts sometimes. I'm talking about the cloud infra. And Fireship isn't a streamer. He's just a YouTuber. As far as I know, he does not stream. Time to pick what we're talking about next. Passwords are bad. Let me open up my Notion. I had other ideas. I'm not against all document databases. I'm against document databases for non-document use cases. Mongo's fine if you have the right use case for it, but most people using it don't. Any advice on coworkers who are bad developers? Give them the chance to do better, and if they don't, get them fired. Or quit. Depends on like what the opportunities are at the company and how excited you are to push things. Error logging in next. What are the other things? Reliability. Do I have other things I wanted to talk about? I have a bunch of things in the list, but not a lot of them are super exciting to me. I still have my all the advice I got at VidCon was wrong rant I was going to do. I think I'm just going to move that to dead because it's been long enough and I don't care enough. What did I have in mind for this one? Oh, it's actually a really good one. Engineers suck at goals. Goal setting, can't fix it. Goal setting is hard for engs. Yeah, wow, I really can't fit any of the things I want to say in here. Engs suck at goals. I think that's as good as I can fit that one in there. I'm going to make this one a 3-minute timer. The hell is the error? I have to go piss and smoke. I will be right back. Hopefully you guys have a next thing to rant about for me by the time I'm back. BRB. Not back. Just wanted to see how the poll is going. Oh, wow. People are more interested in the engs suck at goals thing. I almost want that to win because I have more to say about it, but both are good options. I might end up doing both rants, but keep up the votes, boys. BRB. Oh no, the poll results are hidden. How am I supposed to see those? I actually don't know where to go to see those after the fact. I can trust y'all, but I don't trust y'all. I can unpause the notifications. Shout out to Mant. Never going to pronounce that right. Thank you for the subscription. Going to be a bunch of others that come through as well. I didn't catch that B-Dug was raiding me. I don't know why the raid message didn't come up in the chat I was looking at, but thank you for the raid, B-Duggy. Super appreciate that. Jory, thank you for the resub. Super appreciate that. Oh, that was your first sub with Prime. Thank you. Also, I'm just going to blast through these quick in here. Dill Pickle, Lakar, and the raid from Time Enjoyed. I did get that. And whoever did the anonymous gift for Blank River, really appreciate you as well. Thank you guys all. Passwords 1. Appreciate that. Cool. I guess we'll do the password rant, and then I will do the Enges suck at goals. Oh, the Eng one? Cool. You're a moderator. I'm trusting you. I'm happy that I was able to sway the poll last second there. I could rewind on YouTube, but I'm not going to. I'm lazy. Engineers suck at goals. I forgot to run an ad while I was doing that because I'm stupid, so I'm gonna run one right now instead. Yeah. Also worth noting that I smoked a tiny bit more than intended and don't have any beer in my fridge. So my usual level of rage at this point in the stream is a lot lower. So hopefully these ones will be chiller, but still valuable. I should probably have bought more beer, though. I haven't had any here for a bit. Normally don't care. I find that the only time I ever actually want to have a beer is when I'm streaming. Say hi, bud. Hey, Miles. Yeah, I might actually be able to hear him now because I don't have the noise canceling on anymore because I don't need it. Say hi, Miles. He's also going to dox me super hard if I'm not careful. Let's hide this collar. There we go. Say hi, Miles. Say hi. He's purring. Say hi, bud. Come on. You're not normally this quiet. Maybe I have to ignore you more. I'm not moving, and he's just like scratching his head on my hand as though I'm petting him. I love the ergonomics on this mic, like having the little like screwy thing. Can I show it here? Yeah, there's a little piece here I can unscrew, make this turn, and then screw back on to tighten it once it's in the spot I like. It is so much easier to like change what I'm pointing at. And yeah, the sound's a billion times better. And I actually spent the time to like EQ it to my own voice and shit. It's so much better. Yeah. The mic swap was the right call for sure. It was expensive and it was stressful when I did it, but it worked and it came out really good. That actually reminds me, the other thing I wanted to change quick is I wanted to try switching from chat to main here. Apply. Y'all can still hear me, but can you still hear me? Wow. Looks like that gets insanely loud when I do that, which is annoying. Sorry. It's no louder on my side. I have no idea why it does that. If I lower the volume first. Early apologies if this is too loud. Okay, cool. Now I have a megaphone effect. I can get angry as though I'm announcing things. And then go back to normal right after. Yeah. I was specifically looking for the effects. I woke up your girlfriend 2 meters away. I am sorry. I didn't take that from another streamer. It's literally, sorry, Miles. It's one of the buttons that comes built in to this thing. I also have robot voice, another robot voice,
pitch up,
and pitch down. Like, I have a lot of fun options here, but literally all of them are just buttons I'm hitting.
Anyways, Miles. the mic is blocking his butthole like perfectly, almost like artistic like block out. Oh, I didn't even try the demon one. Oh, that's the sensor. I can which is actually useful. It's too high pitched. I wish I could turn the pitch down on the sensor, but it's nice that it exists. This is the... Oh, that's not the monster voice. Which one's the monster voice?
This one. Oh, there we go. Yeah. And the pitch down in the monster is like, I think the monster is just the pitch down with reverb.
But they are fun. God, buddies, now they're both on my desk trying to like get into shit. Do I smoke weed or cigs? Whichever's legal where you are. For what it's worth, I haven't smoked a cigarette for like 6 years. Real proud of that. It's hard as shit to quit. Yeah, I'll have a lot of fun with those effects. I'm happy that I rerouted things in a way where they actually work. Cool. We were going to rant about engineers being bad at goals. Let me open up a new Excalibur. I have everything ready so I can... Because this one's going to be, hopefully, if I do everything right, a little shorter, and I can have a nice TikTok. I'm just going to get this guy ready ahead. Engineers suck at goals. Cool. Got my Notion up. Yeah, cool. So, how do we start this one? I hope that this doesn't offend anybody. The goal of this rant is not to offend. And if it is calling anybody out in particular, it's myself. I definitely sucked at these things throughout my career. And I found that the times I was most successful and happy with what I was doing is the times where the goals that I set existed outside of the patterns I'm going to show here. There were a lot of, how do I put it, other than, there's a lot of easy pitfalls that I find early devs falling into when they're trying to figure out what to do with themselves, how to set goals, grow, and succeed in their own various ways. It's a little too easy to set goals that aren't going to get you where you want to be. Engineer goals should, as often as possible, be specific and pointed deliverables for things you can create. But I find engineers tend to set much more lofty, indirect goals that aren't really achievable. What do I mean by that? Well, there's a lot of different types of goal setting that I see. A common one, I want to be an engineer. Or I want to learn React. Or I want to improve test coverage. Or a recent favorite, I want to contribute to OSS, open source software. All of these goals suck. And I get asked questions around these things all the time. Like, how do I become a software engineer? How do I learn React? How do I improve the test coverage? Or obviously the one I'm getting a lot the most recently. How do I contribute to open source? I think the things on the right here are bad goals. If you draw like a block out and we just literally cover everything there. Be an engineer isn't a goal. It's a place you get to at some point, but not by driving there. Learning React isn't a thing that can be measured. Like I haven't learned all of React. I'm at maybe like 60 to 70%, but I'm pretty fucking good at React. I think most people would say I've moved past learning React. Improving test coverage is vague and not direct around the problems that you're having, and doesn't have like, it has a metric you can measure, which is the code coverage higher, but when do you stop? When have you succeeded with that goal? And contributing to open source is just the straight up wrong way to go about it. All of these goals are not the thing that you work towards. these goals all suck because they don't have starts and ends that are clear. In particular, ends that are clear. Like, when have you succeeded in becoming an engineer? When have you succeeded in learning React? When have you succeeded in contributing to open source? This one is a little easier. Like, once you've contributed to open source, you've done it. But when have you satisfied your own urge? Because you could go like make your own code base. That's contributing to open source in an open source GitHub repo. But all of these, God, my cats are gonna fucking kill each other. 1 second. Anyways, these are things where it is unclear when you have succeeded at the goal you have set. You could have arbitrary points like, I'm an engineer when I get a job as an engineer. I've learned React when, I don't even know how you'd set a goal for, like a point at all. It's pretty bad. So how can we improve on these goals? Let's say I had the goal of, I want to learn React. Let's break this one down further. So we'll start with this top level goal of, I want to learn React. What does this mean to you? The first question I'd ask is, what does learning React mean? Like, what's the end goal? It's probably something like, I want to be able to build a thing or an app with React. Or maybe it's, I want to get a job using React. These two goals are very, very different. And depending on which you ask me, I'm going to give you very, very different recommendations. So let's say we want to start with, I want to be able to build an app with React. Cool. Let's start with this. Now that we want to be able to build an app with React, what should we do from here? First thing we should do is ask yet another question. What type of app do you want to build? Do you want to build like a mobile game? Do you want to build a Twitter clone? Anything, which is what I see a lot of people pick. You're fucked. Pick specific things. So let's say you're a big Twitter fan. Maybe your like goal is to work on Twitter, something like it someday, like long term. But you might want to, how do I put it? Like you see an app like Twitter, you're like, this is cool. I really want to understand how this works. I want to be able to build things like this. So let's say you've decided you want to build a Twitter clone. What do you do now? Start with a tutorial, ideally something that is, if it can be, close to that. You might even find on YouTube building a Twitter clone from scratch or something like that. Start from there. But what I'm pushing here is take that top level imaginary goal of, I want to learn React, and ask yourself more questions until you get to a deliverable thing. So in this case, you want to build a Twitter clone, or maybe you have a video game you like and you want to build a calculator for the video game that you're playing. Like, I used to play a lot. Let's pick a game I'm playing right now. I really like Outriders, and in Outriders there are random chances of gear dropping. I might want to see, how likely is it that I will have gotten this piece of gear after a certain number of runs? I could build a web app where I plug in those numbers and click a button after every run. And then I know when I've succeeded. When I have a web app that solves the problem I have succeeded. Building goals around specific problems you can solve will make delivering on them significantly easier. So to go back to the, I want to contribute to open source example, you don't contribute to open source by wanting to do it. There are people who have done that and they have succeeded. I'm not going to say otherwise. There's also people who just wanted to be an engineer and they succeeded. I think you'll be much more successful if you pick goals that are more deliverable. So if you keep on your mind that you do want to take opportunities to contribute to open source, keep that in the back of your mind and dig into more other stuff. Like, work with more things. If you like open source and you want to be more involved in it, start by being more involved in it. Use more new packages, try more new things, read Twitter and see what's going on. Jump in when there's something you can do. Like if there's a package you're using and the document or the docs for it have a typo, or there's an example that's not particularly clear, or there's a bug or an issue in there that you think you understand and can make a change for, do it. That's the point to get involved. The contributing to open source, this isn't the goal that you start with. This is the place you end up. And your goals should be things that get you in that direction, that eventually land you there. Goals should be deliverables. And if you are building or using things that are open source, and there are things you want to change about them or problems you have or literally anything else that you could theoretically contribute at that point, do it then. But set the specific goal of solving the problem in that project that you're already using. If you start from a point of genuine interest in the project and then contribute, it's going to go a lot better than starting with the goal of contributing and then picking a project. I think Hacktober gets this particularly poorly, where they expect you to tag repos as beginner friendly and Hacktoberfest ready. They encourage people who have no idea what the project is to search by the tag and just throw contributions, hoping something merges. That's the opposite of both good goal setting and meaningful contributions. The most meaningful contributions come from people who are using the thing and are interested in the thing. The best way to contribute is to get interested in those things. The best way to learn React is to build things with it. The best way to improve test coverage is to write tests around the things that are breaking. And the best way to be an engineer is to build shit. All of these goals have deliverables that are much more focused that will get you to these things, but you can't set the end of the path as be an engineer and expect to know which direction to run. Because be an engineer and contribute to open source are vague enough endpoints that you don't know how to get there just yet. And picking goals that have points you can get to will make life a lot easier. A framing I like to use when I think in this way is my favorite circles. So this outer circle, we'll make it green. We'll call this goal. Or like, I'll say goal. I think I prefer aspiration, which is what I'm seeing with the types of goals I'm talking about. So in this case, we'll say that the aspiration here, I'm just going to put that in the corner for like color coding. The aspiration here is contribute to open source. So your goal is to get to this outer rim, but we're just a tiny little dot in the middle here. Just give us a nice color. So this little dot in the middle. This is you. A new dev. And you're in this tiny little spot in the middle. And your goal is to get to this outer rim. So you can go this way. You can go this way. You can go this way. A lot of different ways to go from the middle here to contributing to open source. I see people doing this chaotic path a little bit too often. Especially if I change this from contribute to open source to be a developer. If your goal is to be a developer, you're probably on this chaotic path if this is the top level goal you set. So how do we improve this? How to be a developer. Let's set a goal, or we'll go back to the contribute to open source. So let's say this is like the aspiration you want to work towards. I'm going to delete all these arrows. A good first goal, and I want to be clear, this is no longer, I want to be clear about a big difference that you're going to see in how these parts look. Instead of a goal that's like a big circle you're trying to get to, pick a point. This point could be build something with Deno, let's say. So you want to build something with Deno. So set this as a first goal. We'll do that. Now we are building or have built something with Deno. Why is it connecting there? Don't connect. Just fucking... Is there a hotkey to not connect? I should figure that out. Cool. No, don't connect. Fine. Whatever. It's connected. So goal 1, build something with Deno. It's a new open source project. You heard a whole bunch about it. You're excited about it. Oh shit, the CM Griff raid, 83 people. Really appreciate y'all. Thanks for stopping by. We're talking about how engineers suck at setting goals because engineers kind of suck at setting goals. Really appreciate having y'all here. Thanks for stopping by. Also, smoking weed at work is a phenomenal username. I appreciate you already. Anyways, so you're a new dev. You decide you want to build something with Deno. Let's be more specific. Build chat server with Deno. Build something with Deno would have been a more open circle, like one of these, and build a chat server with Deno would have been on it. You can set that goal, but it's pretty hard to pick a direction at that point, and you have to stay focused on that direction. A better first goal could be finish Deno or go through Deno tutorial. And then your next goal could be, shoot, I copy pasted. There we go. Your next goal could be build chat server with Deno. And that can get you from here to here. And then maybe you have a bug that you find in the WebSocket implementation, or the docs are wrong. Update Deno WebSocket docs. Ta-da! You're now an open source contributor. And you got there by setting more specific goals. You wanted to contribute to open source. There was a tutorial you liked. Go through the Deno tutorial. You decided you wanted to build a chat server with it, so you build the chat server. You run into an issue in the docs where the docs are out of date or something, so you file a PR to fix it, and all of a sudden, you're now an open source contributor. And this could go so many different ways. Let's say when you're reading the tutorial, you find a bug, or you find a mistake in the tutorial. You can file let's copy paste this. Update Deno tutorial. Like, once you've set a more specific goal of go through the Deno tutorial, more specific goals can come out of that you can pick. Things like building a chat server with Deno or updating the Deno tutorials. Like, these goals help you get to this outer aspiration of contributing to open source. This is the case for most of those top level goals people set. Like, if we think through, I want to learn React, depending on how you define learn React, the outer circle could be bigger or smaller, but you don't get there by just aimlessly walking and hoping you hit one of those walls eventually. You get there by picking goals that help you get there. And those goals aren't necessarily picked because of that aspiration. They're picked because there's things that you want to do, usually. And picking and going after those things is how you get to these higher aspirations, not by having the raw desire. So instead of, I want to be an engineer, even if you're so lost that you don't know what the next step is, you've for whatever reason decided engineering's the thing you want to do. First off, think about why. If the answer is money, the only reason you're interested in any of this stuff is money. You're a beginner, you've never written any code, you don't think you're going to like it, but you know there's money there, so you're here for that. Close my stream. Danny Thompson has a space on Twitter right now about how to get your first dev job. Ignore literally everything I have said, everything I ever have said and will say. If your goal is just to make money in the field and not enjoy yourself, my stream is not useful to you. And that is fine. I'm not saying there's a flaw in you. I'm saying there's arguably a flaw in me. I'm insane, and I've chosen to throw away a $400K a year salary to dick around on Twitch and run a company. There's something wrong with me. If you want to love your job and enjoy engineering and be as passionate as a lot of the people here are, ignore Danny Thompson's space and hang out here. But if your goal is make money, cash out, retire, and never code again, fuck off. And I mean that politely. I don't mean fuck off, I don't like you. I mean fuck off, we probably won't get along. That's a flaw in me, not you. Go somewhere where there will be better advice for you. Cool. I care way too much about everything about engineering. I genuinely love this stuff. And if your goal is to make money, set that as your goal. Go figure that out somewhere else. But if your goal is to be a passionate engineer that builds cool shit, start by picking things to build and work backwards from there. Let's say to go back to the standard circle, I'll just copy this and delete most of it. Let's say the vague aspiration on top is, I want to be an engineer. We have our vague goal on top. If you a new dev, and you pick a lower level goal, like a lower level aspiration of, let me copy, I guess, put this lower, learn React. So you have the greater aspiration of being an engineer. You have an aspiration that's slightly smaller of learning React, but you're a new dev. You have no idea what you're doing. So let's pick a first goal, which is build a Twitch clone. And you start working on this. And then you realize that React isn't like helping you here because the hard parts aren't the UI, it's the infrastructure. You might go this way, which gets you further away from here, but slightly closer. I guess I almost want to like change this from a circle on the outside here to like a half circle almost to represent that like you can get to the other side other ways. So we have like this half circle here of you want to learn React. So you can try building a Twitch clone, run into some bugs and like infra problems. So Miles, come on. So you start learning or build WebRTC. Pick something a little vaguer. Learn about WebRTC. Realize WebRTC sucks. Build calculator. I need to pick a different color for this. Can I just do that? Yeah, I can. I'll pick orange for this. And then out here, I'll put show off Twitch clones UI in interview. Talk about WebRTC2 and land your first job. So now, because you, a new dev, picked a actually rough goal of, I want to build a Twitch clone as my first project. You get in there pretty far. You realize like, oh, I figured out some of this React stuff, but I keep like the video sucks. So you take a turn here, which gets you further away from React. But what's important is you're still getting closer to your goal here of being an engineer. It'd honestly probably be a little more fair to put this like here because it's less far. And I want to represent that because you have made progress when you take that left turn. The progress isn't towards the sub goal of learning React. Like, that's the important thing. When you pick these like lower level goals or like these like higher level aspirations, it's okay to ignore them. It's actually pretty good to ignore these as much as you can in favor of more immediate deliverables. Things like, I want to build a Twitch clone. I want to figure out why the WebRTC for my Twitch clone isn't working. Yeah, learn about WebRTC is not a great goal. Learn enough WebRTC to have video working, kind of. That's like the thing I should have written. Or give up. I'm even going to add that because it's actually okay if this goal is something you give up on. because your aspiration was learn React, and now you find yourself deep in the weeds on this other thing that isn't React. You are becoming a better engineer as you learn this, even if it like feels like a regression. It's a regression from learning React, but it is progress in the sense that you are becoming more of an engineer as you learn about these things, how they work, their strengths, their weaknesses, etc. And then from there, you give up and you build a calculator instead. And then you talk about all of these things in an interview. Talking about failures in interviews is phenomenal. One of the biggest signals I have for a successful engineer is not how many huge things they've built successfully. It's how they handle failure, how they talk about, reason about, and plan around failure. And if you have, you set these specific goals, you fail all of them, and then you show up at an interview and you talk about them, even if every single one of these parts you outright did not succeed, if you show up at the interview and you talk about those things in a meaningful way, that sounds like you're figuring this stuff out, I probably hire you still. And I can't imagine anybody would say that a full-time paid eng is anything other than like an engineer. I guess I'm missing some chaos in chat. Might have to hide that for the future. That's a sad thing to realize. Anyways, TLDR. Engineers treat aspirations like goals. Aspirations are not goals. Aspirations are not a thing you should be working towards. Goals are the things you should be working towards, and goals should have deliverable ends. And ideally, those goals get you closer to your aspirations. But if you have immediate goals that don't be afraid to take them. Aspirations are not a good driver. Goals are a fantastic driver. And aspirations in engineering are way too vague to target directly. If any one of these things is your specific goal, you're going to be stuck in an aimless place pretty often, because it's impossible to know when you've become an engineer, when you've learned enough React, when your test coverage is good enough, or your contributions are meaningful enough. The way you know those things is by getting there, solving other problems, and achieving other goals. Miles, please. I know it's Pokemon Day. I know they just announced new Pokemon stuff. That does not mean you can knock all my Pokemon off the shelf when I'm streaming, bud. Do I have to kick you out of the room? I'll do it if I have to, but don't give me those eyes. Be right back. The deed is done. I see people saying that this seems very focused on beginners. I see some much... God, my focus is off. Come on, refocus. There we go. I definitely think this is focused on beginners. But I think that's... Oh, God, my focus is off again. Is it? Hide, show. There we go. I definitely see a lot of less junior devs struggling with these things still. I've been surprised at how arbitrary of goals I've seen more senior engs set. Things like improve the file structure, or like, yeah, no, we goals and tickets are definitely different, and I agree people suck at estimation. I can see why y'all would think that was what I was going to talk about here, but that definitely wasn't the plan here. Like, I very specifically wanted to focus on like individual goals, like internalized goals to an extent, and ideals. Like, there are intrinsic and extrinsic goals to an extent, where intrinsic goals are I want to be, or I want to do, or I want to learn. Extrinsic goals are I want to create. I want to deliver. I want to complete their things that have an endpoint that's clear and agreed upon, whereas aspirations and intrinsic things are like independent, or are like internal things that suck to set as external goals because there's nowhere to go when it's inside like that. Like I want to be an engineer. What you want is probably to feel like an engineer. I want to learn React, which means probably you want to feel like you understand React. And there are plenty of senior engineers, very, very talented, like established people who still suck at picking goals. Like I can't tell you how many like principal engineers have hit me up with questions like, how do I learn your stack? You don't learn my stack. You use it. You build something with it. And then you come to us with questions and we answer the questions. I also love that Aiden has not set goals, which makes a lot of sense. I do think, Aiden, you have goals more than you give yourself credit. Like Fossabot is a thing that is a clear deliverable. You wanted to solve specific problems that high traffic chats on Twitch were having. And you learned what you had to make that happen. And then you had the goal of make the cost reasonable as you host this thing. And you learned a bunch of crazy shit for that. Like picking deliverables instead of arbitrary, like internalized potential places to be will help a ton. Like that's why somebody like Aiden, like much younger than me and much less tenured than me, is still a much more talented dev than me because his goals are better and his ability to deliver on them is too. A really good talk I did, an interview a while back with Jason Dockton from the URAD project. He learned to code because he wanted to contribute to his charity, and paying external like developers to build their website was too expensive and Squarespace was too shit. So he taught himself how to He taught himself how to code with the very specific goal of making his website for his charity and the specific things they need to do, like the donation systems, the integrations, all of those things. And with that goal in mind, he was able to learn and deliver so much more effectively. And I think that's what I'm pushing for here, is the way that the Aidens and the Jasons of the world got so good so fast. It was by having something else. Like engineering sucks, and the like being an engineer is a bad goal because this stuff kind of sucks. And if that's the thing that you're working towards, you're probably going to give up because it does suck to get there. However, this is the big however, if you have other things on the way there that are exciting, then after spending a night battling your dev environment, trying to get React Native to just spit out an app, after going from forum to forum, trying to figure out why your website isn't loading on mobile, all of these types of problems exist and are going to be things you run into. But man, once you've resolved them, if the thing on the other side is something you're excited about, something you're building towards, something you're proud of, then all the suck actually reinforces how great that thing is. It's the journey, not the destination, but the journey sucks way harder if you don't like the destination. So pick destinations you're excited about and proud of so you can get the distance you're trying to go. I also want to open up the diagram that Aiden made because this is fantastic. Get this up on screen. Yep. Is the juice worth the squeeze? That is a good way of putting it, Griff. I think that a lot of developers, a lot of new developers, people who are just getting started, like it's so easy to get enticed by like the amount of money, like I learned how to code in 3 months and now I make $200,000 a year bullshit. Like that's all imaginary. And if somebody did get there, they probably had other goals that got them there. Someone asked, is passion something you shouldn't rely on? Passion for any one thing, yes. You shouldn't rely on your passion for one specific project to drive you all the way to success, but you should rely on feeding your passion to get you through hard things. Passion isn't a single driver that gets you wherever you want to go. It's a very important force that you can feed into that helps you get through the shitty, hard parts of engineering. And if you consistently, like, to go back to the diagram I was drawing, actually, let's say, where did I put it? Here it is. Let's say when you get to the building a Twitch clone, that this ends up sucking and you lose all your passion for working on this thing because of how bad building the Twitch clone sucks. God, I hate this keeps binding. Can I tell it to not? Okay, control lets me not bind it. Nice. So you put all this effort into building the Twitch clone. It sucks. You get pissed off at it. You go a different direction. You get passionate about WebRTC. Let's say you get really into WebRTC and you want to like do more and more stuff with that. That passion will drive you somewhere else, and that's fine. But you should always be seeking something that you're somewhat passionate or excited about, because that will push you through the pain of getting to these hard things. Like, if you can theoretically get from here to here with nothing but discipline. Like, let's say I have the specific goal of get job at Fang for greater than 100K a year. So you set this specific goal. You can drive straight towards this if you have the fucking discipline and effort and like desire to do it. You'll probably have to take some pit stops along the way, like go to university and shit like that. But if you just study the shit out of how these interviews work, you focus explicitly on like the cracking the coding interview, you find people who work for these companies and talk to them avidly, like with the only thing on your mind being whatever it takes, I need a Fang job for 100K a year or more. You can make that a goal and you can drive there. This is the passionless way to do it. But what's going to happen there is either you burn out before you get there, or even worse, you get there and you have no idea what the fuck to do with yourself once you're there. And I've seen that a lot. People who set their goal to be get the Fang job, and then they do, and now they have nothing else to do with themselves. They're just confused and lost. But if you, throughout your process, set goals that you end up getting excited about or passionate about, even if that passion dies and you pick something else later, now when you get to those hard things, when you get to this point, when you hit your first production bug and you feel like shit, when you set these specific goals and you're doing them in a smaller interval, those failures and those pain points hurt a lot worse, and those wins don't hit any less hard. You'll feel the high of each of these points as you go through it this way, where you might feel it when you get there, but then you have nothing else to do from there. And because you haven't gotten in the habit of setting goals that you can walk towards, you're just, I know so many people who are lost right here, right now. In fact, I've kind of made it a hobby to find these people and help them figure out their lives, because there's a lot of confused people who like went to university, got their job at Microsoft, have been there for 3 years now, and don't know what the fuck to do with their lives. That is surprisingly common. Doctors and lawyers are not only in the same boat, it's basically the only path. And I think, actually, I'm really happy you said that, Jenny. I think that other fields have this as like a necessity. Like, you don't become a doctor by playing doctor on your cat as a kid. You do become an engineer by reverse engineering websites and breaking shit on your parents' computer. Like, engineering and software in particular is a very special field where this indirect path is much more effective than a direct one. Because if you want to be a lawyer, there are very specific paths to get there. If you want to be an engineer, you need to go build shit. Fundamentally different. And I think that people get trapped in the mindset of a lawyer when software engineering is a whole different world. I think we should embrace what makes software engineering special, personally speaking. But I think y'all agree, because there's 500 of you hanging out in my Twitch stream and YouTube stream right now on a Wednesday afternoon, that you could be doing anything else. Y'all care. Act like it. Make the decisions that get you to smaller things that you're more excited about. Even if it doesn't feel like they're working you towards your specific aspirations, you might be surprised. Stop treating our field like we're fucking lawyers. We're not lawyers. We're closer to musicians than we are lawyers. We're much closer to skateboarders than we are lawyers. And I think a big part of why I've succeeded in software is my history in skateboarding. I got good at skateboarding by hitting the ground and getting back up over and over again. My goals in skateboarding weren't be a skateboarder or learn every trick or get good at stairs. My goals in skateboarding were land this trick or kickflip this stair set or do a switch flip that's this tall over this thing. That's why I got good at skateboarding pretty quick. And that was the mindset I brought with me to engineering that got me good at this too. I hope that this was a good rant, because this is one I've been holding in for a while. Because engineers fucking suck at setting goals. Anyways. Fuck yeah, you landed to shove it. Good shit. Love that. It's never too late to get back into skating. It's a wonderful thing. Person whose shoes couldn't handle flip tricks, get yourself some dunks. I know they're a bit more expensive, but man, they last way longer. Happy that people liked this one. I know how these rants go. I'm going to put this up on YouTube. It's going to get almost no views, but all of the comments are going to be the nicest and kindest things people have ever said to me. It's going to be just like the Jason interview, just like the Rachel interview. Y'all are great and I love you. And I hope you know how much this hurts my YouTube channel when I do these videos. Seriously though, this is the stuff I actually give a shit about. Like if I'm going to do beginner content, I don't want to teach you about fucking React. There are so many great tutorials to teach you all about how React works and how to get started with it. I want you to learn how to set goals, think, and succeed and love engineering the way that a lot of us do. That's what this channel is about. It's about loving software and building shit you care about, not the 5 right ways to build React. God, YouTube chat is the worst. Yeah, you guys, there have been more awful comments on YouTube that got hit with the like safety filter that I'm just too lazy to talk about or hit the show button. Meh. My Twitter is better than my YouTube chat. The most recent YouTube chat is the you look like you are either arrogant or psychopathic. A little bit of both. Yeah, YouTube has a safety filter for that. You look like you are either arrogant or psychopath. So they stopped that, but they won't stop the porn spam. YouTube. God, I hate YouTube so much sometimes. It is so much better overall, but the lack of any effort in live is just increasingly painful. Just catching up on chat. I missed a lot of good stuff in here. Thank you all a bunch. Appreciate you guys immensely. I'll turn on the sub notifications for a little bit. Sorry, I fell so behind on those. Got Anomaly Avery with the Prime sub, Daxbull, and DoobHV. Thank you all so much for the subs. For those who don't know, there's a sub-only channel in the Discord where if you're subscribed, you have access to me more directly. I check the channel way more, and I post a bunch of shit that I how do I put it? Yeah, I just post a lot of shit that I wouldn't want to say publicly for any of many reasons, like going in depth on providers that I hate that are causing me problems, source code from Ping. If you want the diagrams that I'm drawing on Excalibur, I post most of those there now too. Like, best place to have direct access to me and like the cooler sub community. So just subscribe on Twitch. Make sure you link things up over on Discord, and you should have access. We will be adding on YouTube my membership soon. I need to wait for a reply back from Google still. YouTube's definitely paying me a lot more right now, but the Twitch link is better. We will have cool stuff on YouTube soon. Do not worry. I could do the password rants, but there's half an hour till Jacob's space, and I'm a tiny bit tired. I saw Ollie asked, when can you see my talk? Like the one I did for JavaScript Jam, I believe. That one's on their YouTube channel right now. I think there's a link in the Discord. I have it uploaded to my channel. I will be posting that soon. Might even do it today. Studio. Let me see what I have for content I can upload. Yep, that's the only chopped video I have right now. So if I want to upload more things onto my YouTube channel, like if I want to post more videos, I have to post that or edit more stuff. And I'm probably not going to be editing a whole lot more stuff. Yeah. I've been streaming for a bit. Shall we try the thing again where I raid myself? I could do a follow-up about safety nets in the future. I kind of want to save that for my book. Like that is the book I am writing. It is building safety nets. That's like the big overarching philosophy around almost everything I do. I don't know if I could make just a video on that. I think that's going to have to be a longer form thing. Maybe a talk or something. But I want to plan out the building safety nets thing. It's a lot more formal than my other rants. Something I have a lot of thoughts on. I have started outlining the book like 4 times. I wrote the intro twice. I don't know when it will happen. I definitely want it to someday, but it probably won't be when I'm running Ping. Writing books is hard. You implemented the T3 stack in a new project at your company, and they were so impressed that you got a salary boost. That is huge, man. Congrats. Please throw some of that my way with a Twitch subscription if you don't mind. I would really appreciate it. Seriously, though, how many of you are making more money or are on a better career path because of my channel? Throw me a little bit. Just something. Don't need a lot. Just $5 a month. Just $5. And if you're on Amazon Prime already, which you probably are, your Amazon Prime subscription pays for a Twitch subscription. Throw that my way. So I asked about headphones. A few people have been asking. I normally use my 9500s. These guys. I love them immensely. The only problem with these guys is I like to play them loud. And when I play them loud, since they're so open, there's like no guard here, sound leaks into the microphone. It's not as bad with this mic, but I like to play them louder. So I switched to my only closed backs that are comfy enough for a long show. These headphones I do not recommend at all. These are terrible, especially for the money. These are the Vocal Erupts. They were a Kickstarter that I kind of got conned into because the driver tech was really interesting. It's one of the earlier neodymium, it wasn't electrostat, it was a neodymium planar driver that I was really excited about. They sound a lot worse than I was promised, and they were supposed to be good for gaming, and they're not. The cable they came with is trash, and they're like $400. These are not very good headphones, certainly for the money. They were supposed to be like the hybrid of high-quality headphones and gaming headphones, and they fail at both. But the pads are really nice. They're like big, like you can like 4-knuckle it. That's my side or my check because I have big ears. So I can kind of just put these on and not worry. And that's why I'm using them now. I had to buy a different like cheap Amazon cable because the cable it came with had terrible microphonics and just fucking sucked all the time. This cable's kind of nice, and now I like to use them a bit again. Won't listen to music with them though. I do have my stacks in the background somebody asked about. Those are a bitch, but they sound so good. They sound so good. So I mentioned the T3 job board. That is definitely coming. I want to do that very badly. What DAW do I use? I'm currently in FL Frog. I rotate between FL and Ableton somewhat often, and I keep finding myself back in FL because, yeah, Ableton makes my head hurt. It has a very specific way of doing things that's not great. My challenge to all the Ableton diehards is open up two EQs next to each other. I dare you. You can't, because like their UI is so prescriptive on how you look at things that you can't have two different tracks and compare their EQs. I have an audio engineering degree, motherfuckers. I'm not just a producer. This is where I came from. We're deep in my world with y'all asking these questions. I've helped a bunch of like hip hop people in particular. I'm pretty deep in like John Wayne's crew. Love him to death. John's the best. I owe him so much. He's also a big part of why I got into streaming in the first place. I fucking love John. He's the best. Shout out John. Saturn Main on Twitch. If you're looking for a cool music game streamer, typing that out in chat. Saturn Main is John Wayne's alternative like pseudonym for doing Twitch streams. Love him to death. My challenger in LoL? No, I suck at League of Legends. Don't bring it up too much near me. My music's long gone. I mostly like bounce mixes for friends, if even. I'm too busy for that. Back to headphones super quick before I wrap things up. So somebody mentioned the 800S. I have the 800 standard. The 800 Classic sounds worse than the 800S. And if you're not comfortable doing modding, you should probably go do, how do I put it? Yeah, if you want the 800S, you should probably consider modding 800s because the only major difference is the 800S has a little more bass, but it's kind of fucking things up to do it. It's doing like some weird, like, I forgot the term for it, but when you take like the resonant tone of a note that's really low and then boost that level in order to have like a fake sub effect, it's distortion. It's a type of distortion, but it's a distortion that makes your bass sound better. So a lot of people use that on headphones to have better bass through distortion. The 800S does that a tiny bit. It's pretty tasteful, and I think it's fine. But if you want something that fixes the issue with the 800, which is the treble spike at 14, 15K, that is awful, just god-awful, sounds terrible. The 800 standard can be modded. You can put a little thing inside of the driver here that handles that high-pitched sound. It's called the DuPont mod. Some French folks made it. And that makes the 800 sound like the 800S's treble without the bloated bass, which you can do yourself if you want to via software or EQing. So my favorite headphones for casual listening right now are the 800S, or the 800, not 800S, modded with a custom EQ to harmon them up a bit. And it's the most fun I've ever had with headphones by far. I love them to death. So I mentioned the DT770s. It's fine. We all make mistakes sometimes. At least they're not M50s. The M50s are a tragedy, and if you're using Audio-Technica M50s as your daily drivers, sell them and buy M30s or M40s because they sound better, or literally anything fucking else. The M50s are okay mixing headphones. They were designed to sound like shit for music because they are not for music. They're designed to highlight mistakes in things. I also saw somebody mention John is live. I cannot imagine a better person to raid. So I think that's a great place to end it. Might do a more dedicated audio rant in the future because these are things that I care a lot about. And I didn't think people were going to enjoy this so much. So instead of posting a video, we're going to go raid John. I'm going to set that up now. Thank you all for stopping by. One more important thing. I am probably streaming on Saturday. I haven't picked a time yet. Very likely it'll be like the usual 1 p.m.-ish. I have our good friend Luke from the Flutter community coming on. Let me grab his Twitter quick. I'm not done with Zapdos. I'm going to have Bryn on to work on it with me in the near future. Sorry, I haven't jumped on that just yet. We're getting there soon. I want to link Luke quick, though, because Luke is coming on as the representative from Flutter, and we're going to do a code war. I'm breaking my own rules. I'm coding live again. And I'm not just coding live. I'm learning Flutter live. The plan is he builds an app in React Native and I build an app in Flutter. And we see who has a better experience and who makes a better app. It's going to be a shit show. It'll be 1 p.m. PT, so my time zone, probably. I will hopefully announce earlier a better time. The current plan for what we'll be building is a Twitch chat app. And I'm going to ask for something a little different from y'all, and it might not be what you expect. I want you guys in his chat helping him. I want every possible chance we can give for him to come out on top here to happen. I'm going to have Expo employees in his chat supporting and doing whatever it takes. I want him to have the greatest possible React Native experience. And I need all of y'all to do it in a way that is inviting and exciting to him, not prescriptive and annoying when he's trying to fix a bug live. I really hope y'all can do it for me. I trust you guys to do that. And if you happen to know anybody who's good at Flutter, throw them in my chat, because I'm going to need a lot of help. But I want him to have a great experience first and foremost, especially since he's a little new to the content creator stuff and is taking a huge jump. First off, to challenge me to a code war. Second off, to challenge me to a code war live, knowing that it's going to be swarmed with my audience on my platform, Twitch. And that the app he agreed to build with us is a Twitch chat. He is stepping up so hard for this one. And he deserves a shitload of respect for representing the Flutter community in the most chaotic way possible, coming to hang out with us. So huge shout out to Luke. Make sure y'all are supporting him immensely. Follow him now on Twitter if you haven't already. I'll share his Twitter one more time quick. Fantastic dude. So excited to be working with him more and to do some content with him. I hope we can find some Flutter people to help me out. And yes, y'all won't be able to pay as much attention during my stream. That is fine. I want him to win. Anyways, let's get this raid going. All the love for John. Let him know who sent you guys. I have no idea what he's doing. I just know he's live. Should be a fun one. See you guys all over there. Peace, gamers. Hitting that raid now. And thank you guys on YouTube as well. I will share this link in chat if you want to come hang out on Twitch with us.